Live
Hello.
coverage of day two. Day two of
मेरे को कहाँ देखना है? This one.
15 seconds to go. World's first tennis watch along. I have with me two of the eminent guests that we have. Prerna Bhamri, who's got her butter paneer masala, and you've got nothing but plain water.
I like water.
10, 9. Hello and welcome from the Tennis Fan Lounge here at the Gymkhana Club. This is the day two of Davis Cup match between India and Denmark. Well, we are joined by two of the eminent players who played for India and have been number one. On my right is Karina Ahuja, who was former number one juniors champion. And on my left is Prerna Bhamri. Of course, excited Prerna Bhamri to see Yuki Bhamri win her first match. Of course, she's 5 times national champion. And the first question to you, Prerna. How is the match looking? India is down 1 set, but what do you read of the match right now?
Well, India is down by 1 set, and Denmark has really stepped up their game. Hopefully, we'll have a great match. Hopefully, they'll be able to win the next set and neutralize the game.
Well, India is 1 set down. The service has been really big. Karina, on the grass court, when you get your first serves, which are deep and wide, does it give that kind of confidence to the players?
It definitely gives a lot of confidence. I mean, that's what most of the big players with big serves rely on. And that's what Rohan did the first whole set. He held his serve. The other team held their serves as well. That's why it was such a close set. And right now the Indian team is up. And I think they're definitely, trying to make a comeback. And the crowd is helping a lot too to be at the home ground. So it's interesting.
Well, India may have been 1 set down. They've held their serves. Prerna, India is serving to take the lead. Are you excited now? Does that give you comfort?
I'm very nervous seeing that they lost the first set, but I'm sure they're going to make a great comeback. They're already 2-1 up in the second set, so hopefully they'll be able to pull the win out. They're already doing such a great job, so hopefully they'll get the win, and we won't have any pressure getting on in the next match.
Well, Karina, Delhi crowd, you're a Delhi girl yourself. Does that excite the players who are playing in the middle with the dhols and everything going?
I can't imagine how not. I mean, it has to help. You're playing in your city where you're born, where you've played in your childhood and grown up. So that excitement, that nervousness, I think Divish definitely can feel it. And I mean, he must be feeling amazing to play for a full crowd. I mean, that's what I think they're doing right now. They're coming back.
Prerna, would the family members be here? Does that add pressure to the player as well? The friends are there for all right, but family, especially when you're down 1 set, does that?
No, there's no pressure. It's just a very motivating factor to have the family around backing them. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely great for them to have their family watching. I'm sure there's no pressure, and there's so much of crowd support, which is a very motivating factor for all the players here.
Did you expect this kind of support like what we've got? Incidentally, the gates have been shut, and we still have some people who want to enter, the fans. Did you expect this kind of outpouring right now that we heard?
Yes, well, Rohan and Divij are playing this kind of crowd support was definitely expected. There are a lot of people trying to get in right now, and hopefully, everyone will get to watch the match here live. It's great for the sport. It's great for both the players. The amount of support they're getting from the crowd. That's the advantage of having a tie at home.
Absolutely. The tie at home definitely adds on to the kind of confidence and the advantage. But at the same time, when you're 1 set down, is there a cause for jitters right now when you see the score, especially when Topegard is kind of in a form of his career right now?
That's what I was hoping wouldn't happen, because they lost the first set. There's so much pressure. They know that they're in India playing for a full crowd where a lot of young and tennis aspirants are watching them. But the way they're coming back in the second set, I mean, it's just showing that they're using all this to their advantage. They, they have that pride in them, and they're playing for the country. So it's definitely helping. I think they're going to definitely win the second set, looks like.
What do you read of the situation? India may get the second set. Prerna, your thoughts?
India is already up by 3-1. They are also serving 3-1, yes. And Denmark is serving. I think we just need this break to get back, get the momentum going. I think they're doing a fabulous job there. And hopefully we'll get a good result today.
What about Bopanna and his big boom boom serve? Can you just take us through his big serve that you've watched over the years?
He has such a great record. I mean, he's a big server, and that's what's going to help India right now. Divij can really step up with the volleys, and yeah, that's a huge boon for India.
Well, the surface is helping us, the crowd is helping us, the weather is helping us. Now, how should India build up from here, Karina?
I think they should just keep doing what they're doing right now. They're 3-1 up. They're not letting the first set that they've lost get to them, and that's what matters the most. They're taking back the power, and they're in control right now. So I think they just got to keep that focus on, and yeah, keep the Indian crowd happy.
When we look at Torpegaard right now, he seems to be a completely different player. Is it because he's got an experience from the previous night, the drubbing from the previous night, and now he's learnt his lesson, and he's now serving in deep, wide, and on the money?
Yeah, well, singles and doubles is a completely different ball game altogether. He does have a big serve. He's 6'4", which is a huge advantage for him because he gets that power, he has that strength, which he's using to his advantage.
Well, India is sneaking in and getting their chance in the second set. Right now, the situation is that India is 3-1 up, second set. Karina, where do we go from here?
3-1, 30 all. Well, I mean, they need to break the serve, definitely, to get that 4-1 lead. I think it's just right now, they just have to keep holding on to their power and keep their focus on. So I think it's close, but also exciting, and definitely exciting for the crowd to watch. I mean, this is what people like watching.
You have a 3,800 stadium built for this, and it's all sold out. I could see not even a single spare seat. Is that a cause of concern for the Denmark team? Because the crowd is now getting boisterous and more vocal.
They are definitely under pressure, being 2-love down. But I think the crowd support shouldn't bother them much because they're professional players. They've been at the circuit. They've seen all of this before. So I'm sure they're not under pressure because of the crowd, but definitely the scoreline is worrying for them.
We've spoken about the zone factor, that the players get into the zone and they're oblivious to whatever is happening outside. So they build kind of a wall around them. So how important is it for players to make that wall, especially when they are down and out?
Oh, I think one of the essential skills for any tennis player is to, cope with your emotions, cope with, have that equanimity. And the mental fitness is such a huge part of the game. And, these are all players that have traveled the world, lived alone. It's an individual sport. They are mentally very tough, of course. So, yes, when they get into the zone, they are in their own bubble. And to stay in that bubble and that focus that they have is what they're used to, and they know how to master it.
You spoke about, they travel alone, they live on their own and everything. But when you go out right now as an Indian player, I think the entire country is with them. How is the emotion of the players, especially when they're 2-0 up from the previous day? I mean, does that make them extra 2 inches taller?
I'm sure it does. I mean, playing for your country is a very different feeling. It's a very special feeling. And to have this much of crowd support with them, cheering them on, I think it's great.
Is history going to be made in this game or the next?
Ooh, hopefully this and the next. I think this one is going to definitely be, they're making history. We're already making history with this being such a huge and successful event. There's crowd waiting outside to come in. That's good problems to have. And yeah, either way, I think the players are extremely happy to just be playing here, and you can see the excitement. And
Is the right and left combination that we have of Bopanna and Divij, will that cause a little bit of upset to the Denmark guys? Because does it unsettle the opponents?
Well, I'm sure they've played a lot of times before, so they know what works for them, which side works for them more. So it's definitely an advantage, for the Indian team.
Well, as we look at this, India is slightly taking the advantage, and I think we go on to the other factor, which is the heat. Do you think the temperature, which is causing a little bit of a heat, may cause a problem for the Danish players?
well, hopefully it does. Because right now the Indian tennis players are used to humid weather. So right now it's bright and sunny. I think if it goes through a three-setter, that's one of the advantages again the Indian players could have. But at the same time, I mean, their fitness levels are great. I mean, I don't think they'll be bothered by the sun as much. But if India can use it to its advantage, why not?
The Danish guys have just come back into this game as well. What do you make of this situation right now on television?
Well, Divij is serving right now. He's serving at 40-30. Hopefully, he'll get the hold of this game, and it's going to give India a lead of 4-2. They're definitely back in the match. They're leading in the second set, and hopefully they can continue in this way.
Well, we've just got a news that we are getting more support from the fans, as this is world's first tennis watch along. So your thoughts on the tennis watch along, and also keep sharing the news and the fan requests that you've been getting on your handles.
It's a great initiative. It's going to, the fans can be connected to the players through Tennis Watch Along. We are getting a lot of players, the coaches of the team. So a lot of, the fans will get to know about the stories of the players, of what goes on behind the court. So I think it's going to be great for the fans to get to know the players.
In fact, we've just broken the conventional approach where the tennis commentary had been in between the points. But this watch along, I mean, your thoughts about it, that are we here to create history, or are we just trying to break the norms and connect to the younger audience?
Oh, definitely both. I feel you are creating history with this, and aspiring and bringing tennis to so many people who probably cannot come to the stands and watch. And the foundation that one of the foundations that I work with, it's for underprivileged kids and promoting tennis, for them, and for them to be able to watch along. I mean, just to have something like this in tennis is huge, is what we needed.
Well, to the fans and viewers, we had yesterday the coach and the we had the coach and the manager of the Indian team, the skipper of the Indian team, and today we have two of the legendary figures in the Indian women tennis with us. We promise to get you more and more players, former players, coaches, everyone to be present here. In the meanwhile, last question to you, Karina. What do you make of this situation, especially now India has taken the lead at 4-2?
4-2, left 30. I think right now they just, Rohan and Divij, whatever game plan they have, they need to stick to that, keep up the great teamwork. And yeah, I think they're fine right now. I think whatever track they're on is the right track, and just to keep going forward. And hopefully it's going to be a 6-2 second set win for us.
Lovely. India is looking great. In fact, now as we go for a short, before we go into a short commercial break, you want to just take us through the points and the tally right now, Prerna?
India is down by a set and is leading 4-2 in the second set. I think it's a great comeback in the second one. Hopefully, they'll be able to continue the same form and win the second set and the third for India.
Brilliant. We've got some great news that India is now up in the second set, and now the Danish guys are making a comeback, which is the last point, and we'll take a short commercial break. Keep watching the watch along with two of the legendary figures in women tennis. Prerna Bhamri and Kareena Ahuja. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I am Megha and welcome to the world's first tennis watch-along right here. Hashtag Tennis Kadam India hai hum, and with me I have two beautiful ladies. On my left I have Prerna Bhamri, 5-time national champion, and on my right I have Kareena Ahuja, who's a former champion. Guys, how do you feel? Tell me.
Super excited to be here watching Rohan and Divij take on the Denmark team. Very excited and just looking forward to the remaining match.
Okay, so we are serving for the set. Kareena, what do you have to say about
I
it?
think this is going to be our set for sure. It's going to go to a three-setter. It's exciting. You can hear the crowd. I mean, it's so great to be a part of this first watch-along, ever in tennis. So yeah, the nerves are, I mean, even I have goosebumps. I feel it's just the whole vibe like kind of gets you more excited.
Right.
And yeah, it's definitely going in a 3-setter.
So
Yes.
this just gets the pace up and the momentum for the set, right?
Well, India's already won 2 matches. Yesterday you saw Ram Kumar and Yuki Bhamri win both the matches.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we'll get the win again right now and we'll make the score 3-love.
So yesterday it just seemed a little easy because the Danish players were not giving maybe their best, but today they're giving us a tough competition, right?
Well, yes, this doubles match is definitely very tricky. India's already lost the first set and they're up 5-4 in the second. And it is a very, very close match and the Danish team is giving a very, very tough fight.
What do you guys see happening in the third set?
Oh, I think if and when India wins the second set, I definitely think the Danish team again are gonna have that fear kick in. I think they came out with a lot more fire today because they were down 2-love, and now again India is taking back that power. So the third set is, I think the first few games is going to be very important for the Indian team to win, just to keep that lead going. So yeah,
What about you, Prerna?
Well, I think the Danish team has come back, superbly well today. And India needs to win this match to win the tie and not have pressure on the next singles match.
Guys, you have a lot of experience. आप भी इस पोजीशन में भी कभी ना कभी तो डेफिनेटली होंगे, तो क्या चल रहा होगा प्लेयर्स के दिमाग में? टेंशन, नर्वसनेस, काम डाउन कर रहे होंगे वो खुद को?
I think when you play an individual sport, there's not so much pressure. But when you are playing for the team, when you're playing for the flag, there is some kind of pressure because you know that those billion people are watching you play, and but I think they're used to it. They've done this before, and they're doing it amazingly well today as well.
What about you, Kareena? क्या चल रहा होगा इनके दिमाग में?
I think other than winning the point that they're working towards, I think nothing else. That's the beauty about tennis, that that focus that a player needs to have, especially at the level that they play. It's all about just keeping that focusing on their game strategy and using the crowd right now to their advantage. So I think that's a big motivating factor right now for the players and for the Danish team also. I mean, they've also, they've all played at high levels, even in college, in NCAA. So they're used to this kind of pressure. They're used to rivals, cheering against them. So yeah, I think focus is just to keep that, head in the game and focus on the next point.
And India takes the set.
Yay!
Woohoo! Yay! Let's high five. So, how do you analyze the set, guys? What went our way?
I think just again, the first few games was important, and the first 2 games they got that lead on, that got them the confidence back. I think that they needed, especially after losing such a close tiebreaker. It could have gone either way. So that they did the right thing, and from there on, they knew they had to just keep it up and know what they're made of. They were killing it. And hopefully they'll do that in the third set too.
Fingers crossed. So yesterday was Bopanna's birthday, and Yuki और Ram Kumar ने उनको birthday gift दे दिया जीत करके. So let's talk about Bopanna. It's been 20 years he played his first Davis Cup match in 2002. So it's been 20 years. So and today आज उनके aces जो हमने देखे कमाल के. What do you have to say about him? It's amazing that he's fighting.
Well, he's on fire. Yuki and Ram did give him a great birthday gift, and today I think he's giving us a return gift.
Absolutely.
by playing his best, giving it all, and let's see how this set goes. Hopefully, it'll go in our favor.
Okay. Guys, tell me, Rohan Bopanna को सब लोग cheer कर रहे हैं, and everybody knows what a great player he is. What makes Rohan Bopanna Rohan Bopanna?
There's just this aura about him, and plus he's got so much strength. He's so tall. He's got a great serve, great hands at the net. an all-round player.
Okay, so the third set has begun.
Yeah.
What's the situation like, Karina?
Oh, it's the first game. I don't know. I mean, the 15 love for, they won the first point. So let's take it from there. And yeah, I don't know. I have goosebumps still. Just watching and talking right now is just so exciting and nerve-wracking. So imagine what it is for the players.
Yeah, I
but-
was just going to ask you that when you were in this situation, how did you keep yourself in place and in check?
So whenever I've played, I like when there's a crowd watching. It kind of motivates me more. And especially playing for, so I played for the NCAA college tennis, and that also has a team environment. So having the team cheer you on is just so reassuring. It just like really motivates you more, even if you lose a point, but you look at the team, you get that, a sense of belonging, and you're playing for the team and you got to win it.
Yeah.
No matter what, if you have any doubts, it's just removed there and then, because you get your head back on where it should be.
And we
So,
can
yeah.
clearly see that the momentum is with us. It's with India. So yay,
15,
Team
yeah.
India. Guys, tell me this कि like Karina was talking about कि कितना ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ता है अगर आपको cheer कर रहे हैं. How has it been for you, Prerna? कि आपको टीम ने cheer, लोगों ने crowd ने cheer किया है. आपका कितना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, आपको कितना पंप मिला है?
क्राउड सपोर्ट से बहुत ही पंप मिलता है. आई प्लेड फेड कप एंड टेनिस बीइंग एन इंडिविजुअल स्पोर्ट, देयर इज नोबडी टू cheer you on except for whoever's traveling with you, or maybe at times you're also traveling alone. So there's nobody watching you play and supporting you. You're on your own when you're playing for yourself, but when you're playing for the country, it's a very different feeling when there are so many people out there cheering for you, supporting for you. You have their backing. Even when I played the Fed Cup, when the entire team was cheering me on, I think it got out the best that I had in me, and that's what the team is now doing.
Yes, absolutely. So guys, we talked about Bopana. Let's talk about the other doubles player, Divij Sharan. How do you analyze him as a player?
Well, he's a lefty.
Anyone?
He's a fabulous player. He has a great serve, great hands at the net, and yeah, I mean he's a great player.
What about you, Karina?
Again, like he's lefty, super talented. He's playing in Delhi, his hometown. It's amazing to watch him. I think for all the others, it's more amazing to watch him play at a full crowd. His family, there's so many youngsters that look up to him, and to actually finally see him play over here in this beautiful venue and environment, I mean, I'm sure it's a great feeling for him. And it's,
Yes.
For us too, to watch him.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a fan question. Karina, tell me, like you have been playing tennis for a really long time now, and I asked this question yesterday to Prerna also. Any embarrassing, any fun moments that you remember out of all your
Oh my gosh,
matches?
my memory is really bad. There are some people who remember like the whole game set score, from years ago, and I feel bad that I don't. But I mean, yeah, there's so many stories, but right now, off the top of my head,
Share one with us, like one embarrassing moment that
Okay,
will
so-
crack us up.
when I just started playing tennis, so I was born and brought up in Cal, so there was a match in South Club,
Okay.
and I think it was my sister and my sister and I were playing doubles, women's doubles. I was maybe 13 or 14, and we were playing against Rushmi Chakrabarti, and I forget the second player's name, but of course they were the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed. Again, I don't remember. But my sister and I were, when you're so close, you tend to fight more because you're so comfortable. So we were, after every point, we were just fighting, and then to the point where our opponents had to stop and tell us girls, calm down, just enjoy, stop fighting. So I think that's something that obviously I remember. It was it was just so nice to just be out there and play against them, and we were just so stressed. That's why we were fighting. Like, one, you got to play better, you got to hit a backhand better, and then these two pros are telling us just calm down, enjoy the game, it's okay, girls.
Prerna, what about you? Even you have sisters. आपका कभी ऐसे रहता है कि अच्छा नहीं मेरी बात सुनो या तो मेरी बात सुनो, or do you guys like, I don't know, you steal each other's clothes to wear and then you don't tell the other person, like it's like
So
ये
many fights because of that.
Well, fortunately, they're 5-7 years elder to me, so that stage has never come that we've actually fought. But I've got all the support from them all the time. I've looked up to them since I was a kid, and that's how I started tennis. You know, watching them play.
Right.
So for me, I think because the age gap is so much that I just look up to them and follow them.
super. Let's get back to the match. Does it look good for India? Tell us, guys.
1-all, love 40. Oh, 2-1 now. It's close.
Very close. Tell
No,
me,
it's
how's
very
the
important.
grass court? Like let me just quickly check the weather. It's more than 25 degrees. So, how is it helping our team? The grass court, because I think अब तक तो dew सूख चुका होगा. So, and the bounce will be a little low. So, is it helping us?
When you come back to the weather, I don't think it matters so much to both the players, because even though they are coming from like 6-7 degrees, the Danish team, but they are professional players. They've traveled across the globe, and they've faced all sort of conditions, whether it's hot, whether it's cold. They're used to it. Also, I think when you come to the surface, on grass, the ball stays very low. And volleys have a huge advantage, especially serve and volleys. And as you can see, Divij and Rohan are doing an amazing job serving and volleying and coming, you know, both of them coming to the net and trying to finish the point early. So yeah, I think they're doing such a great job.
Karina, what is your favorite surface to play on? Is it grass?
My favorite, I mean, aesthetically, yes. But otherwise, I prefer hard courts. Yeah.
Hard courts, okay. And Prerna ne to, unka to grass hi hai.
I love playing on grass, even though we haven't played much on grass. The Delhi Gymkhana Club is the only club in India which has about 26 grass courts, and no other place in India has these many. And you know, even 1 or 2 courts to find in India, grass courts is very, very tough. But whenever I do play on grass, I absolutely love it. I think it suits my game a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, my favorite surface is grass.
And such well-maintained grass courts.
Absolutely.
So, whoever has joined us, I just want to tell you that you are with me, Megha, and I have Prerna with me, I have Karina with me, and you're watching the world's first tennis watch-along, where we are talking about today's match that's happening between Denmark and India. Guys, tell me, how's the game going? हमारी chances क्या लग रहे हैं?
Abhi to hai. We gotta stay positive. You know, I mean, the Denmark team right now does seem like, you know, you can see it in their faces that they have that confidence. You know, they're pumped up.
Right.
But so is our team. The Indian team they'll be fine. I think this is right now it's too tough to predict anything. I think it'll be fine.
So we've heard this hashtag called Rambo, where Ramkumar Ramanathan and Bopanna, they are amazing at the doubles play. Divij and Bopanna ka kaisa hai as a doubles when they're playing together?
Well, Ram and Rohan have just won 2 ATP tournaments. I think they've done really, really well in the past couple of weeks. And I'm sure Divij and Rohan share a great bond as well. I'm sure they understand each other's game very well. They've played a couple of times in the past. So it's a great combination to see both of them play here today.
What about you, Karina? What do you think?
Same. I think they're both such stand-up guys. They know, you know, even if they haven't played a lot of tournaments together, they're so experienced, they're so talented. They know how to come up with a strategy. And, you know, Divij is a lefty. That's always an advantage, you know, in doubles as well as singles. So, yeah, they're doing an amazing job. I think you can see how well they're gelling as well. They're so calm, composed. I mean, this is what I think young Indian tennis players need to watch and learn also, you know, the composure, the sportsmanship. I mean, it's just beautiful to watch them. Yeah.
So again, fingers crossed. I hope
Yeah. Permanently.
that's allowed.
We
Yes,
just have to, like,
that's allowed. Sure. Guys, let's talk about the reverse singles. Once this match ends, if we win this match, तो हमारा ही है, हाँ? We'll go to World 1 playoffs, right? And वैसे I don't want that we lose this game, but if we lose this game, कितना tricky हो जाएगा for us to make it to the next level?
Well, Ram and Yuki did a fabulous job yesterday winning, and I'm sure today as well, if required, they're going to step up, they're going to play their best and get the win. Hopefully, we won't need that. As we can see, it's 2-all in the third set. India stepped up their game. Denmark is serving and they're still up 30-love. Hopefully, we'll get the break here, and the reverse single shouldn't matter so much.
Okay. This is pretty neck to neck.
Yeah. Ooh. How exciting for the fans.
Absolutely. This is
going
going to be...
people come out to watch,
yeah.
nail-biting matches, and
this is such an exciting tie.
Yeah, there are over 3,800 people there, and the stands are all full.
Right.
And there are so many people out there near the gate who are wanting to enter, and they just can't because there's no space anymore.
That's
it's amazing
true.
to see the support that they're getting from the crowd.
And I also feel today is Saturday, so everybody is like in the chill zone, in the chill mode.
yeah.
Even I want to be in that mode, but this is so neck to neck that chill hua hi nahi ja raha hai. Fingers, but yes, but our fingers are definitely crossed.
Also, I think it's the Rohan effect. They're all out here. They've all come here to watch Rohan play the best, and obviously also Divij.
Right. Guys, tell me
30.
how, because it's been a really long time जब से tennis चला आ रहा है, and the game has evolved like how, and so have been the gear, the rackets and everything. So first पहले wooden rackets से खेला जाता था, and now all these graphite rackets and everything. उससे भी game में change आया है.
बहुत change आया है with the change in rackets, the surface. The athletes are much more powerful now. I think there's so much technology, there's so much development in tennis and in any other sport as well. The players are so much more athletic. Earlier, when they would just train, they would just be just run, maybe say 10 kilometers or something. And now there's so much evolvement in the level of fitness. There is so much that they do now, which was unheard of earlier. Also, the rackets have become much faster. Now it's made of graphite. The surface has changed. So a lot has changed in tennis in the current time.
What about you, Karina? What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think that is, what life is about. You adapt to the changes, and I think a sport like tennis, like any other sport, teaches you how to adapt to different situations and changes, and the rackets have changed, balls, everything else, but the players get used to it. They adapt really quick, and if yes, like Prerna said, right now there's so many more chances to become fitter in terms of whether it's fitness, mental fitness. There's so much more at your disposal, to help you with physiotherapy and all of that. So it's great to see, the evolve, how tennis has evolved, how the sport has evolved, how us as individuals and humans, we evolve because of, a sport like tennis. So it's great.
Okay. Guys, this is the first match that has gone to the third set, and it's extremely hot out there. 27 degrees is the temperature. Do you think the players are wearing out? They're getting tired?
The players are used to playing 3-set matches, even 5-setter matches at times. So I don't think it's going to be very tough for them. Even though it is getting warmer, it's much warmer than yesterday. But they're used to it. They're in a habit of being in these conditions. So I think it's not going to affect them too much.
Yeah.
What about you, Karina?
Yeah, I think they're fine. I mean, again, you practice in these weather conditions, in this heat. I remember sometimes during our practice sessions too, we were forced to put play when the heat was, right at its peak, 11-2. So, and they do so much more intense training. So they're used to it, and I think they're fine. Their fitness is fine. They're doing great. Yeah, they just.
Guys, your thoughts on this beautiful setup here at the historic Gymkhana Club? Doesn't it look like कि हम बाहर ही बैठ करके Wimbledon देख रहे हैं? Because the crowd is amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful lush green grass court.
I think the Delhi Gymkhana Club and the administrators, Aida, has done a fabulous job, putting all of this together for the teams, for the fans, for the crowd. It's just amazing to watch this kind of atmosphere in Delhi. It's super exciting to be here, watching them play live, which we barely get to see.
Yeah, that's true. How about you, Garina?
It's just beautiful. I mean, just being out here just brings out a different energy.
And goosebumps, definitely.
And goosebumps. And yeah, it's so beautiful. The setup is so beautiful. The crowd, everything is. It's amazing to watch, and that too in Delhi. Gymkhana is. I mean, I'm sure they're very proud of what they've done, and so is Aita and all the organizers. I mean, like you said, like it gave me Wimbledon feels, like
Right.
watching Wimbledon on TV,
Right.
and how amazing is that it's happening in Delhi in India, and we hosted this, so it's amazing.
Okay, let's talk about the game. This is the third set. How do you think we are doing?
Third set, 3-all,
3-all.
going neck to neck. Denmark is serving up 15 love. And it's a great volley by Denmark.
Right.
They're up 30 love. I think they're really fighting for it. They're really giving the Indian squad a very tough time. But it's neck to neck, and you never know what happens next. It's unpredictable.
That's right. Guys, let's talk about the ball. So the ball that's being used is called the Dunlop Australian Open. Is it helping us? How does it falls on the grass court?
Well, the balls are slightly slower.
Specifically this one.
Dunlop is slightly slower than the other balls. On grass, the ball is anyways going to be very low. It's going to bounce very low, and it's really helpful for the volleyer. And since the courts are so fast, the ball is going to skid on these courts.
Oh,
Denmark leading
correct.
4-3.
Right.
India on serve next.
Absolutely.
You just
Yeah.
stuck for a few seconds. You're
yeah.
like, what do I say?
I am nervous. I'm sitting
I
here
can
and
see
I am
that.
nervous.
Even I'm getting the jitters
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
It's so much more different than just watching at home or on TV. To actually be here, it actually does bring about more goosebumps and nerves. You feel like
Absolutely.
you're right, a part of it. It's
The crowd is getting louder and louder.
Yeah.
There's
That's
so much support
amazing.
for the players.
and I think that's what we need right now. And the dhol. Oh yes. Oh my god.
Okay. ढोल भी बजने लगे हैं अब तो मतलब कमाल ही हो
अब तो
जाए
जीतना
बस.
है.
Okay, that's Rohit Rajpal, our team captain. It looks like he's also under stress.
Pumping
Just a
up
tad
the
bit.
players.
Just a tad bit. Let's talk about Fredrik Nielsen, who is the playing captain for Denmark. And he's also been playing tennis for a really long time now. And he's won a Wimbledon. He's won Wimbledon also. Tell me, कि playing captain के mind में क्या चल रहा होगा? Because like I'm sure Rohit is he's the non-playing captain, but I'm sure कि वो properly advise करे होंगे. But he's playing there with Michael Torpegaard. तो कितना pressure होगा उस पे as a captain?
Well, बहुत pressure होगा. Everything lies on his shoulder. He has to make all the decisions for the team. I'm sure it's very hard for him to be playing and being the captain of the team. He has to steer the team around. He has to guide them towards playing, towards winning. So he plays a key role in the team.
Let's talk about the match. Okay, India's leading. Karina, अब अच्छा feel हो रहा है?
It's gonna be 4-all. As long as
Genuinely.
we keep, yeah, we gotta
Yes.
hold the serve game and yep. Oh, nice. 40 love.
Super.
That's a great volley and a great finish by Rohan here. Great interception. The Danish player gets it back and he finishes to the other side.
Yes.
Very exciting to watch. India leading 40 love. And it's a great finish of the game for
Yes,
all.
absolutely. Bopanna is all fired up.
Just getting more nail biting.
Oh, चैन की सांस. Prerna, Yuki also looks fired up. Look at him.
Yeah, the entire team, including Yuki, they're all sitting. They're all standing whenever the players look at them, trying to give in some extra motivation, some tips from out there. Yeah.
Do you think he's all fired up as a fan or as like a team player?
Well, definitely as a team player, I'm sure he's a fan of the players playing. He's played along with them. So yeah, he's just cheering them on, trying to guide them to the win.
एक चीज़ मुझे बताओ कि लाइक जैसे टेनिस है तो आपकी पूरी टीम के साथ आपके टीम प्लेयर्स बैठे हुए हैं एंड देन एवरीबडी यूकी फ्रॉम द क्राउड ही इज चीयरिंग कितना कितना मैटर करता है वो लाइक क्राउड चीयर तो आपको मिल ही रहा है बट उसके साथ साथ आपको आपके टीम प्लेयर्स का भी सपोर्ट मिल रहा है उनकी भी एडवाइसेस मिल रही है हाउ डज दैट प्ले एन इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल for
यही
the one who's
advantage
playing?
है टीम स्पोर्ट का when you I mean टीम लीग्स का टीम मैचेस का when you play for yourself there's nobody out there जैसे कि मैंने पहले कहा था आप अकेले खेल रहे हो कोई आपको देख नहीं रहा है बट जब आप टीम के साथ खेलते हो आपकी पूरी टीम आपको बैक करती है they're all cheering you बहुत ही हेल्प करता है एक प्लेयर को knowing that there are so many people out there who are supporting you.
Right. What about you, Karina?
Yeah, I feel, like you said, I mean, tennis is an individual sport. You go out there, everything is in your head, the strategies that you make, how you overcome them. So you are your own solid foundation. Anything over and above that is an added advantage. It just solidifies your base even more, and especially for right now they have their whole team supporting. So anyways they have a solid foundation. On top of that they have the home ground. So it does, I'm sure, feel very, very inspiring and encouraging and motivating and everything, just to perform better and maybe give your 200%. It is. Yeah,
Okay, Denmark
great.
takes the lead here.
5-4, Denmark. Ay, ay, ay.
Very good down the line by
Mikhail Torpegard.
Torpegard.
So guys, yesterday I was talking to Ram's father and he pointed out this really nice thing. He said कि कोई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बनने के लिए ना आपको फिजिकली तो स्ट्रांग होना ही होता है वो तो वाजिब सी बात है बट आपको मेंटली बहुत स्ट्रांग होना होता है हाउ ट्रू इज़ दैट लाइक ही सेड कि मेरे को राम को प्रिपेयर करना पड़ा कि वो मेंटली स्ट्रांग हो सो दैट ही कैन बिकम हु ही इज़ राइट नाउ व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स ऑन दैट
I think he's bang on with that point because in any situation, even in life, how you overcome your emotions, how you deal with stress, everything is up here. And if you have mentally you're strong, what goals to focus on, what your priorities are, focus on intrinsic motivation instead of extrinsic. I mean, these are key things that if you get that knowledge early on, it really puts you on the right track. And what Ramkumar's father said and taught him was, I think, why he is in this position playing at this level, because he from a very young age had the right training and was on the right track. So that's yeah.
Well, tennis is 70% mental You have to handle that pressure every time you step on court. There are so many instances where you've played the opponent before. You know about the game. You might have lost against the person, but you still get back on, and you still have to play and try and win. You can't get things in your head. So tennis is definitely a lot mental than physical. You have to be mentally strong to be able to play the sport.
Super. Okay, guys, let's get back to the game. All.
Great volley.
Oof.
Yep, it's very, very important for India to win this game. Make it
Absolutely.
5-all. Rohan's got to do what he does best, win his serves, give some aces.
तापमान के साथ साथ दिल की धड़कनें भी तेज होती जा रही हैं guys.
Ah.
30 all. Guys, we're just 1 point away from a tiebreaker. How do you feel? मुझे सवाल पूछते पूछते इतनी धक धक हो रही है.
Yeah, you can see that Torpkard is not, I mean, he is really fired up. I mean, you can see it in his face, his expressions. He is not letting any point that he loses get to him.
The Danish players are giving a really tough fight, guys. Oh, that's deuce. Oof. Okay, this is
Nice. Great volley by Divij.
super.
Advantage Team
Advantage.
India.
Yes. And I think we can
Dhol ka
rely,
timing.
absolutely, we can rely on the crowd that we've won the game.
The dhols are getting louder now.
Yes, absolutely. Yay!
Neck to neck, 5-all.
Super. So this is going to be a 7-game set now. India. Oof.
Hoping India can
Wow.
break Denmark.
Physiotherapists भी इतने excited हैं हमारे.
I think they can't even keep sitting down, you know. It's
Right.
just like everyone's up and like
हाँ.
all jittery. Ay, ay, ay.
That's a great finish by Denmark, winning the first point, 15-love.
Miguel Torpegard is also full, charged up.
But look at the love for the sport.
Absolutely.
Even our country, our city has. In this heat, the stadium's still packed.
Yeah. And it's so sunny.
And
Look at
it
the
is
crowd.
so sunny in this
No one's
heat.
complaining.
Saturday weekend heat, and everyone's out here.
And no one's complaining. Look at them. They're happy.
Yeah.
Sitting in the sun just to support their team.
Beautiful.
Okay.
30-15.
Denmark is 30, India's 50. Come on, guys.
It's just getting closer, and I'm just sitting at the edge of my chair now.
New balls, please. Denmark in 6 games to 5.
What a match, though. I mean, whichever way it goes,
So we have
beautifully
to-
performed.
Ooh.
But, ooh, 6-5.
We have to win the game to save the set. That's
Yes. The next one.
how
India
crucial is this
serving.
game.
India serving, so they do have the
A chance.
advantage and the chance to get the game. Going neck to neck, they're all holding their serves.
What do you think Rohit Rajpal उनको अभी समझा रहे होंगे? Guys, come on! Bring the cup home! क्या बोल रहे होंगे उनको? क्या बोल रहे होंगे? I'm asking you.
Think
आपके captain क्या बोल रहे
some internal words of wisdom for sure. You know, last minute, probably just, I'm guessing, reassuring them how good they are and they're on the right track. And yeah, I think the players themselves, I mean, he's a great leader, team leader. He knows he's working with a great team. So as long as they're on the same page, I think it's very important to be on the same page. And hopefully that's what, you know, he's doing. So.
Okay, so Divij is gonna serve to save the game. Guys, let's just tell me, guys, when you are preparing for tournaments, Grand Slams, and how आपके training hours कैसे होते हैं? For how long do you train?
It varies. It depends on how we feel at that particular time. Well, for me, a couple of days before the tournament, I do increase the number of hours I practice. The quality, obviously, also is better. But when the tournament gets closer, when I have 2-3 days, I do prefer taking it easy, recovering my body, not tiring myself. So I think it depends from person to person what they prefer doing.
Okay, okay, let's get back to the game, guys. This is a really crucial set. That's a
Can't
great.
take my eyes off the screen.
Yes,
Like, it's just
yes, yes, yes.
Every point is nicely
Oh.
done. That was a great smash. 15 all.
Guys, I just want to say that this is the best match of this tie.
13.
Yeah, definitely.
Lovely. Now we have to save the break point.
Ooh. You know, you can see in Torgard's expression too. I think the loss that he had yesterday, it's, you know, he's come out on the court with that fire that he's going to win no matter what. I mean, it's just evident.
Okay, they have three
how
set
fired
points.
up. 30-15.
Okay, so now that the Danes have 3 set points, it's going to take a mammoth effort from our end.
Absolutely.
Frederick Nielsen is also all.
They're doing everything in their capacity
Absolutely.
to win the match.
Okay, we've saved one. Phew.
13-14.
Yes. The Danes are extremely fired up as well.
That's a great serve by Divij.
Sorry, what did you say?
That's a great serve by Divij.
Absolutely. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh. We have managed to save the set, guys, for now. It's deuce.
Danish team not very
deuce?
happy with
Yes.
that. Clearly, we can see from their expression.
Yay.
That's.
Thank you.
The crowd cheering told us.
Yeah.
Wow, the cheers
Yes,
are just
yes.
getting louder.
India.
Okay. The dhols are the dhols are playing and it's in our favor. So, ooh, India advantage. Superb. How are you feeling, guys? अभी मतलब मैं तो genuinely nervous हो रही हूँ. आप बताओ. I
I'm
guess
just out of
players.
words.
How do you feel?
I'm glued to the screen.
I think more than that, I am just so happy internally just about hearing the crowd. I'm loving this for tennis. I mean, it's beautiful. We need more events like this happening in our country to motivate so many others and also just provide that sheer beauty and entertainment for all tennis lovers out here. I mean, I just need more tournaments like this in India, please.
Okay. This is such a high pressure game.
For we all think they're going to win. India's winning.
Advantage Denmark. What do you?
Denmark team getting a lot of chances. Second advantage already.
Yes, it's a set point for Denmark.
Second match point.
Yes.
We saved it. I can tell.
Absolutely, the crowd is all cheering and Karina ने पूरा अपना seating arrangement ही change कर लिया है. She's only looking at the screen, not to the anchor. She's like, okay, let me just focus on the game. That's the spirit, actually, honestly.
And that's how beautiful this game is. I mean, both teams are playing so well, keeping us so engrossed.
Absolutely. Okay.
Danish team not very happy.
This point is just not ending.
A lot of times I do that also. If I don't watch, maybe they win, and then I keep doing that. So let's try that.
Okay. ये भी बढ़िया है. Okay, see, look at the crowd. Okay, advantage India. Okay, we won the point. Now we're going into the tie.
6 games all.
Yes, we won the point, guys. Now we're going into the tiebreaker. Karina,
Yeah, now
this
I'm good. I
worked.
know
Definitely
every point I'm
this
not gonna
worked.
watch.
Now you just sit like this.
Like that.
TV से मुंह छुपा के.
Oh, good.
Okay, this is extremely crucial. The crowd is going crazy. So are we. So are we. Everybody here is extremely psyched up. Oh.
Any predictions? What do you think is going to happen now?
Wow.
Do you think India is going to take this tiebreaker and get the win?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I feel. And I'm so nervous right now that even I can't take
Yeah,
my
I
eyes
can see.
off.
You're not even telling
What
me.
a point! What a point!
It's
Rohan
rubbing
was
on
on court, fell down. He still managed to get up. Look at that. Divij covering up for Rohan.
Okay. Danish, the Torpegard apologizing. That's true sportsmanship. What do you say, guys?
Huh?
I'm saying that Torpegard just apologized
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Rohan. So that's true sportsmanship.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it wasn't done intentionally, and it's still a nice gesture to let the opponent know that sorry.
कि गलती से हो गया.
Yeah,
भाई
गलती,
साहब,
yeah.
माफ करिए. हमारा crowd बड़ा ऐसे waves में cheer कर रहा है. Did you notice it?
I think they're just getting louder as the match is progressing. We can
Crescendo
hear
पे
them
पहुंच
till
जाएंगे
here
हम.
and it's amazing the amount of support they're getting.
Oh, look at them.
India leading 2-1 in the tiebreak.
Right. Rohit Rajpal is so fired up, guys. अभी तक वो टेंशन में देख रहे थे हमको. Whoa.
Very exciting for
See.
everyone at the stands watching. Cheering on the players. India leading 3-1 in the tie-break.
Oh, that's double fault. India's leading.
See the
Guys.
atmosphere changing all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
The crowd
And,
is getting super pumped.
and we're just
getting
3
louder.
points away to win this Davis Cup tie. My God.
And progress to Group 1.
They're on the right track, and especially in terms of the tiebreaker, they've got that lead.
Absolutely.
The confidence that reassures that they needed. And
आए बहुत सही बहुत सही क्या बोल रहे होगा बोपन्ना दिविज को भाई बहुत सही है हमारी जोड़ी ओके सुपर
Getting the lead, the momentum is changing, going in our
Absolutely.
favor.
Okay, now. Oh my
5-1
God, guys.
India.
We're just 2 points away.
yep, they are dominating
winning.
right now. I mean, they're done giving points.
Yes.
They're showing it. They're like, yep, this is ours now. Bye.
Wow. Guys, everybody is all fired up. I don't think कोई बैठा हुआ है. Just look at everybody. Everybody is so excited.
Dude, you also feel like standing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
even I'm
yeah.
at the edge of my seat.
This is a massive. It's going to be a massive win for India. We're going to win this tie. My fingers are crossed. What? So, Prina, this is going to be 3-0. What does it mean for Team India?
It's a very big win. They're playing against a great team. It's a huge win it's going to be a huge win for India. Hopefully, I mean, it's not over yet till the last point is over, but seems like we're on the right track. We're going to get the win.
But we're
and
sensing
progress. Yes.
Fully. What do you say, Karina?
Still have my fingers crossed.
Yes, yes.
Done,
Yes.
done. Up to we're winning no matter what. I mean, that's what, right? Like, just for the tiebreaker, they got that lead. And just keep
This-
that dominance going.
I think India is doing a great job. They're on their absolute best. I am at a loss of words क्योंकि मुझे I'm just so psyched up कि भाई hashtag मचा दिया है हमारे players ने मचाएंगे हो गया है. Just 2 points away, guys. But again,
3-5, the
the
dynasty
Danes
is
are not
coming
giving
back.
up, guys. The
Yes.
Danes are not giving up. They're giving us a tough, tough fight.
And that just shows the level of tennis that we're watching. I mean, it's neck to neck. No one's backing down.
Guys, so Bopanna has the serve now. How crucial it's going to be.
He's got a huge serve. I'm sure it's going to be advantageous for us. He's serving the next 2 points. It's 5-4.
And the crowd says it.
And the crowd is getting louder. He's won the
Okay.
point.
1 point, 6-4.
Just 1 point away from winning the Davis Cup tie, guys. How does it feel?
Can't wait to celebrate.
Look at
after.
Rohit.
Very
Rajpal.
exciting.
शिकन है उनके
Rohan
माथे पर
serving
but मन
again.
ही मन खुश है वो. Okay. Yes. Just. Okay. Okay, the second serve. Phew. इसके बाद ढेर सारा पानी पिएंगे, ठीक है? खुद को काम डाउन करने के लिए, चिल करने के लिए, ठंडा पानी.
Celebrate करने के लिए.
Okay, we've won the Davis Cup tie, guys.
Wow, what a feeling.
Superbly done, superbly done.
Nice.
And the
Oh, and that's
goals
3-0. My God, Prerna, your thoughts just.
I'm just so excited. I'm at a loss of words now. And I'm
You
fumbling
go, Karina,
now.
you go.
I just
wait
can't
to
wait
go
to
out
get up
there.
and now go watch the crowd. It's
Look
amazing.
at the crowd. Look at the cheering.
I think ये बहुत ही obvious था
Fabulous.
जब बोपन्ना को सर्व मिली थी that
It was
हमारा ही फेवर
हाँ.
करने वाला है उनका सर्व. Oh my God, look at Rohit Rajpal. Oh,
Celebrations there.
पूरा fire दिखा दिया. Our national
Indian
coach,
team
Mr.
is so
Zishan Ali,
happy.
and all the teammates. My God. Our physiotherapist is also so excited.
He has a huge role to play in the team. All of
Absolutely.
them. Keeping all the players fit.
But this was given. जैसे ही बोबन्ना के हाथ में सर्व आया, we just knew it that he's gonna kill it with his aces, and that's what he's done. Wow. But I think hats off to the Danish team as well. उन्होंने हमको proper टक्कर दी है. What do you have to say about that,
They
Prerna?
fought hard. They gave it their best. They were in the match in the in the doubles. They almost had it. They had a couple of match points, but the Indian team managed to pull out the match, playing their best, giving it all. You see, all of a sudden things changed in the tie-break.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they performed extremely well. It's not easy to, play against the Indian team at their home ground. They gave a very, very tough fight. You could see it till the very last point.
Correct.
Amazing level of tennis to watch. And yay! Just,
Look at them celebrate. Look at him with the flag. हाँ, Prerna, you were right. उन्होंने हमको return gift दे दिया है. Return gift. It was Bopanna's birthday yesterday.
Oh, nice. Bye.
So, oh wow. This is such an amazing feeling. अब टीम कोचेस एंड टीम कैप्टन्स उनको उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में रिव्यू दे रहे होंगे. क्या बात कर रहे होंगे वो?
Well, I'm sure everyone's very happy. You can see from the smiles on their faces. India's done it. And the next two matches don't matter now because we've got the win.
That's true.
And I can't wait to get out there and celebrate.
Same feels, guys. And जिन भी लोगों ने हमको अभी अभी ज्वाइन किया, let me just tell you that I have Prerna Bhamri with me, I have Karina with me, I am Megha, and you're watching the world's first tennis watch along with us, and India has just won the Davis Cup tie. 3-0, guys, 3-0. Complete domination. इसको बोलते हैं white wash करना, guys. Completely white wash कर दिया हमने. How does it feel? So this was the third tie जो डेनमार्क एंड इंडिया के बीच में हुआ था. पहला टाई डेनमार्क ने जीता था, दूसरा टाई इंडिया ने जीता था, एंड थर्ड टाई ऑल्सो
1927 India lost to Denmark.
हाँ.
And again they got their revenge in 1984 and now again the third one.
Absolutely.
In our favor.
That is absolutely amazing. Now tell me, Prerna, इसके आगे क्या होगा? Now that we won this tie, अब टीम इंडिया वर्ल्ड ग्रुप प्ले ऑफ 1 में जाएगी, right? Tell us more about it.
Well, it's going to get tougher from here. The teams are obviously, they're all great. Let's see how the next match goes. We're all super excited to be, we're going to watch that as well.
But I think जितना भी दुख हो रहा होगा हमारी opponent team को, I don't think they should feel sad because they gave us a very tough fight.
Absolutely, absolutely. They gave it their all. They came out with the best players and they almost had the match in the doubles. I think they've given a very tough fight. They've done their bit. They've done everything they could. And hopefully, for them, they're all going to be set for the next match that they have to play.
तो अब तो ये मतलब इंडिया के लिए ऐसा ही हो गया जैसे कि इंडिया को ऐसे फुल 100% मिल गए, 100 out of 100 marks. So what, how it's going to be helpful for us and कितना, how long it's going to take us, कितना आगे लेकर के जा सकता है हमको ये this win?
Well, there's no looking back. It's just an upward journey from here.
I had this one question, it slipped my mind, but it was a very interesting question. Let me get back to it. But guys, tell me, how are you feeling right now? मतलब अब पूरा ऐसे excited हो, अब mellow down हो, कैसा feel हो रहा है?
थोड़ी सी अब जान में जान आई है. The third set was so close. I was just at a loss of words. I couldn't say anything. I was just glued to the screen watching them play. And finally now we can relax.
So guys, tell me this, जब draw हुआ था तो we got to know कि फ्रेडरिक नील्सन के साथ Johannes Ingilson was supposed to play with him, and आज हमने देखा माइकल टॉर्पेगार्ड को. तो क्यों चेंज किया होगा वो डिसीजन फ्रेडरिक ने, लाइक देयर प्लेइंग कैप्टन? कुछ वजह रही होगी उसके पीछे?
Torpegaard is more experienced. I think he's played 3 of the Grand Slams. He's higher ranked. If you see, he has more experience. So maybe keeping that in mind, he thought that the best player for today's match would be Torpegard.
And they definitely proved it right. इतनी टफ फाइट दे करके हम सबकी, सारे फैंस की, सबकी जान हलक में अटकी हुई थी. सो थैंक यू डिवीजन बोपर्णा. माय गॉड, लुक एट दैट वाइड ग्रिन. उफ. एंड फैंस को तो भाई पूरा
Entertainment they got.
their money's worth इसी चीज के लिए आए थे. वो इंडिया को जिताने के लिए आए थे गाइस, और इंडिया को जिता चुके हैं वो. That's a proud Piscean. Coming from the other Piscean. So high five. रोहित राजपाल अभी भी थोड़े से ऐसे टेंशन में लग रहे हैं कि मतलब मेरा हाथ था गाइस तुम्हारे सर पे, जीत चुके हो तुम, बट अभी भी देखो. He's a little worried.
There are 2 more games. I mean, yes, unless say, you get that excitement, but you still have to focus. They're all still thinking about the upcoming 2 games. So he has a few minutes probably to celebrate and then back into strategy for the upcoming game. Yeah.
So guys, if we win all these 2 games as well, the reverse singles, तो फिर तो 5-0 हो जाएगा. फिर तो 200% हो जाएगी ना हमारी क्या कहते हैं उसको, जीत की खुशी.
वो तो है एब्सोल्युटली. आई थिंक जिन प्लेयर्स ने अभी तक नहीं खेला है, दे स्टिल हैव अ चांस टू प्ले टुडे. मे बी यू नेवर नो दैट द कैप्टन फील्स एंड द कोच फील्स दैट the other players can also get a chance. Maybe Prajnesh, who hasn't played yesterday or today, maybe he might just play. We really need to wait and watch out who's going to be playing the next 2 matches.
Okay, superb. So guys, I am Megha, that's Prerna, that's Karina. You were watching with us the world's first ever tennis watch along. We'll be back in a short while. Please stay with us. And yes,
हाँ जी बोलो जी। आप किस पे चलाऊं, मेरे पास तो कंप्यूटर भी नहीं है कुछ।
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम, डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of
इतना हमने उनको 3 दिन का बिल्कुल इतनी इज्जत दी और इतना वो किया. Everybody is happy, sir. सब कहते हैं अरे यहाँ तो जिमखाना वाले people came and sat here only. कहते तो जिमखाना का लिखा है. मैंने कहा बाबूजी यहाँ पे लाइव टेलीकास्ट हो रहा है. हम लोग क्या करेंगे वॉच अलोंग में प्रेरणा भामरी 2 प्लेयर्स को बुला के उनसे सवाल पूछते हैं. माइक चेक हाँ सर क्या करना है सर एक बार आपको हेलो बोलना है.
हेलो इट्स ओके.
I've checked that. माइक चेक ओके आपका ओके है सर.
अच्छा चलो मैं तो ऐसी सीधे कर लूँ.
सिद्धार्थ आवाज आ रही है लाउड एंड क्लियर. सर की भी आ रही है.
हेलो माइक चेक हेलो.
आ गई. कितने मिनट का इंटरव्यू और कितना लाइव जा रहा है तब बताना मुझे. 15 मिनट 15 to 18 मिनट्स ठीक है. सो हम बात करेंगे पहले विन की. Then we will go on to the history part, the organization part, the build-up part, and then the fan lounge. How you reaching the fan? Is that okay with you? Brilliant. 20 seconds bache sir. Which camera I have to look?
I have to look at that camera.
Hello and welcome to the special edition of this Davis Cup. Straight from Delhi Gymkhana Club, we have a very smiling and happy Dr. Anil Jain, the president of the AITA. Sir, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Sir, first day 2-0 up, third day first match 3-0 up. Are you a happy man?
Yeah, definitely. I'm very much. This is probably for the first time that we are winning this Davis Cup tie 3-love. We have won earlier also 3-2, but 3-love is a big victory. And particularly this doubles match, it was thrilling match. People enjoyed a lot. Both the teams were good. There was tough competition. We were all at nerves sometimes, but ultimately we won. And this is a great moment for the Indian tennis and for the Davis Cup tie in India.
Sir, everybody knows the score line 3-0. But what they don't know, the fans don't know, is the preparation time that went through it in the last 3 months. Can you take the fans through all the preparation that happened behind the scenes? Because you are the guys who made them look hero today.
In Naita, when we came to know that this Davis Cup tie is going to be held in India, so there was so many people, those who were trying to get it done at their places. Then we sat together, and in the executive committee meeting of All India Tennis Association, and then I prevailed, and they had faith in me, and they asked me to decide. Then we decided for Delhi, though our Secretary General Anil Dhupad wanted it to happen at Indore, but because of several reasons, and I asked my captain also, and technical regions, grass court is a better court for us, and we are lucky enough that we have the best grass courts in the world after Wimbledon. So this is, and that is the legendary Gymkhana Club. And Gymkhana Club people, particularly its administrator, Mr. Om Pathak, they have done a marvelous job, tremendous.
Sir, you've become a part of history in a way for getting the Davis Cup back to the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The last time it was played in 1965. Now we are here sitting in 2022. Sir, how difficult was it for you to make that decision that we will go to a venue called Delhi Gymkhana Club, sir?
देखिए ये बहुत कठिन निर्णय था
जी,
और हमारे आइटा में बहुत लोग बहुत अलग अलग ओपिनियन के थे, लेकिन when I spoke to Mr. Om Pathak, he happily agreed for, and he said that we'll be having all the expenses as well, not only the venue, but we'll be organizing everything, whatever you wish. So this is the event of All India Tennis Association, definitely, and Gymkhana supported it like anything. And so we made a team with Gymkhana and organizing committee. I am the chairman organizing committee. Mr. Om Pathak, administrator Gymkhana, is the co-chairman, and with the members. So
Mr. Daljit Walia,
Mr. Dalit Walia from Gymkhana, Mr.
Rohit
Anil
Rajpal.
Dupad from Secretary General All India Tennis Association, and Rohit Rajpal, President DLTA. So we made this organizing committee, and everybody worked like a team, without any hassles, without any egos. We worked like a team. That is the main crux of getting this event done so well, so well.
Sir, we've spoken about the venue, the administrator, the players who've got us the victory. I would like to ask you the role of Rohit Rajpal, because he seems to be an unsung hero and he's given so much of time, effort, energy and making those crucial calls.
Hey, it was Rohit's strategy, how to go about it, who should play, what are the weaknesses. So he did the SWOT analysis of every player, and the venue as well.
Yes.
And the surface. Surface was very important.
Yes.
That we is a great role of this surface to win this tie 3-love. Though we would have also won on the hard surfaces, but 3-love tie, I really give full marks to my captain's strategy and surface, players settlement, players placement. Everything was done by Rohit Rajpal. I really full marks to Rohit Rajpal.
In fact, the brave thing he did was to get Yuki Bhamri back after the injury and giving him those two important matches, sir. Your views on that?
Yuki, after we know that Yuki was definitely a very good player, and unfortunately he sustained injuries.
Yes.
So he came back after the injury, and my captain's confidence on him was tremendous. So we said, then you go ahead with Yuki, and and he proved also. Not only captain, but Anil Khanna was also. He says that Yuki will do. So the whole tennis team was confident about Yuki's performance, and he did well.
Lovely, sir. We walked into the first day with a little bit of pressure because you have 3,800 fans waiting and clapping and cheering. Were you nervous, sir, in the morning yesterday?
No, because we knew that our first match is with Kumar Ramanathan, and we all were confident that he's going to make it. And this was we were fortunate that we had this sort of draw. The draw on the very draw day also, we thought that we'll be winning, starting the match by winning. So I was not that nervous, but I was really looking for that we should go for 2-0 up on the very first day. Then the tie is with us.
Sir, you spoke about the tie, you spoke about the entire arrangements, and you also spoke about Wimbledon, sir. This venue, incidentally, has 26 grass courts and Wimbledon has around 40 odd, which makes us the second largest. Would you want to talk a little more about the venue, because it's a splendid venue?
Wimbledon has 44 lawns, 44 courts, and this Delhi Gymkhana, second to the Wimbledon in the world, as far as the grass court is concerned. We are having 28 grass courts in Gymkhana, and they are well maintained, and throughout the year the maintenance is going on. And they all the time, at least 7 to 8 courts, they are for maintenance. So 20 courts, 18 to 20 courts are always ready to play. So that's a big center. Before this, we were not knowing that we'll be having Davis Cup tie here. But to start with, when Mr. Om Pathak called me up and invited me as a president of ITA, said that we should have some collaboration to make this center as the center of excellence as far as this grass courts are concerned. And we will train our boys, we'll train our coaches, and we'll be making this center as a center of excellence. So we collaborated with Gymkhana earlier, and with God's grace, we had the tie, and we decided to have this tie here on this very legendary greens.
So what we understand from your announcement, sir, that more and more it'll be open to more and more tennis players from ITA, and they can play here, the new talent. So when we look at the talent pool, it increases. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. 100% right. We are looking for it.
And is there a specific approach to play more on the grass court, considering that India is now playing from the first world stage to the next edition, sir, in September?
Yeah, it is very, very difficult to maintain grass courts, and this legendary club is maintaining grass courts. So we'll be definitely training our boys, girls on the grass, this surface as well. And Wimbledon is the only Grand Slam is done on the grass court.
Right.
So we'll have to be competent enough on the clay and the hard surface as well. But we'll definitely making this center as the center of excellence as far as the grass courts are concerned.
So we were seeing from the television channel, you're usually very calm, composed. But when Rohan Bopanna and that match went to a tiebreaker, you were animated like a player yourself. Sir, take us through those moments, sir. Are you usually like that?
No, but definitely I was a bit concerned because of when we lost first set on in tiebreak,
Yes.
and in the third set we were having 3 match points. We were down by 3 match points, and our boys made it. And finally, they won the match. They won the tie. They make it 3-0. A great moment.
Sir, we've seen the legendary former players and all. You've done the felicitation for them. How important are the legends that the association needs to honor and acknowledge their presence?
Ultimately, the Indian tennis is known by, Vijay Amritraj. Once upon a time, it was ABC, Amritraj, Borg and Connors. So it's such a legendary figure, and we are fortunate to felicitate him. It is our honor to felicitate him.
So we had Jasjeet Singh, who's a Delhi champion himself, who's played in Davis Cup. We had Jaideep
Jaideep
Mukherjee, who flew down all the way, and incidentally, he was the gentleman who won the last Davis Cup for India in 1965. And then we had Vijay Amritraj. You have a special bond with Vijay Amritraj, we've seen in the felicitation. So take him.
Last time when Vijay Amritraj came to Delhi, he started CTL, Champions Tennis League. So I was associated with CTL also. My daughter bought one team, Delhi team. Later on, we surrendered it because of the
Conditions,
different reasons.
yes.
So, but we interacted with Vijay that time also. He's such a lovely person. He's a very, very, very good human being. So I like him all the way. Not only because of tennis. Tennis is one thing. Everybody likes him, and he has been the brand ambassador for ITF as well.
Yes.
So he's a great personality, but he's a very, very good human being also.
Lovely. It's a very positive step that federations and associations honor their legends and carry forward the legacy. Sir, now coming back to yesterday, were you a happy man? Did you celebrate? Did you party yesterday, or was the party is left for today, sir?
No, definitely party is left for today. Though we celebrated yesterday also by felicitating, there was a felicitation dinner by DLTA for legendary administrator Mr. Anil Khanna. So we were there yesterday for that felicitation. Today probably we'll be celebrating this win.
Lovely. Sir, where do we go from here next? After this World Stage 1, there is a next match which happens in September. So are the guys prepared the same?
We'll be knowing this with whom we are going to play in September and where. Maybe if there are 50% chances that we may get this tie here again in India.
Yes.
So if it happens, then it's a big thing. We'll be doing it happily. Let us see.
Incidentally, if it's a 50-50 chance, assuming, sir, I'm pushing my luck, assuming if it happens in India, is this going to be India's favorite hunting ground?
Yeah, definitely. We will be going for this. If it happens in India, it will. I'll prefer to have it on the same grounds.
Well, we have the president of the All India Tennis Association confirming if the deal happens and if India gets the tie, it is going to be the same venue. Well, for the viewers who don't know, this is one of the oldest grass court in the world. It has a rich legacy of over 100 years, and as Dr. Anil Jain said, that it has 26 grass courts as compared to 44 in Wimbledon. So it becomes a favorite hunting ground. So coming back to the next question, sir, what about the talent pool? You've done another forward-looking thing by getting the juniors in the same dugout. What was the reason behind that, sir?
That is why we chosen our juniors. They were included in the squad,
Right.
and they will be motivated, and they will be performing well in the future. And we have the bigger picture in our mind for as far as the Indian tennis is concerned. when I became the president of Indian Tennis, All India Tennis Association, that day also I spoke about it, that we are going for the good infrastructure, one thing. Second thing, the training. And third thing is the tournaments. These three things make the players, and they play, then only players bring the grand slams or the laurels to the nation. So that is how we are going to have this tennis in future.
Brilliant, sir. That's a very positive thing. You're honoring an 80-year-old Jaideep Mukherjee, and at the same time, you have 14, 15-year-old Chirag Doan in the set. So I think it's a new precedent in the Indian sports where you're honoring at least 5 generations of Indian tennis players.
This all God's grace. The whole team decides, and my team, as in All India Tennis Association, and they are working well, and in great cohesion. There is no hanky-panky things. Everybody is working as a one team. That is why we are taking these decisions.
So you take great pride in saying that it is the most professionally run association, right, sir?
I can say that. I can say that.
Also, we are talking about the initiatives that you've promoted and graced and given your consent for something called the Fan Lounge, where the fans interact with it. Sir, we need your few words to explain what do you think about this entire initiative of connecting with the fans.
This initiative, I appreciate the initiatives of my co-chairman, Mr. Pathak, and he worked for this to for this successful event day and night. I really appreciate his efforts. And though we were all one team, but he worked very hard for this, and everything he himself checked out. And he assured me, you rest assured, I'll get everything done. If there is any hassle, I'll let you know and get it done. And there were hassles, we sorted them out. He brought the hassles to me, we sorted them out.
So one last question. When you go back inside the venue and when you see those smiling 3,800 faces, does that make you a proud, happy president of Federation?
Yeah, definitely. I should be I should not be that modest enough. But I said, yeah, it is a very very proud moment. मुझे तो लगता है कि हमने जो चाहा वो कर पाए with God's grace and the team effort, we did it.
Well, that was Dr. Anil Jain talking about the entire process of putting this gigantic endeavor put together. The players have delivered on the ground. The management has delivered much before with the entire infrastructure and putting this thing together and also getting the fans. This is Sunil Yashkalra signing off from NewsX. Thank you very much. Keep watching NewsX.
Thank you.
जोशी। फ्रेम नहीं मिल रहा उनको यार, वो कह रहे हैं यार जल्दी करो यार। हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलो। ठीक ठीक है, ठीक है। एंकर है ना? एंकर कौन है? हैं? फोन तो कट गया यार। एक मिनट आता बॉस। फोन कट गया। अरे ऐसा कैसे हो गया? ठीक है, ठीक है, कर दो पैच। और बीच में मत चलाना, ये सब प्रोमो मत चलाना आप। हेलो, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो 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 हेलो, आ रही है ना? कोई कैमरामैन है? किसी कैमरामैन को भेज दो, कोई भी। हाँ, कोई कैमरामैन को भेज दो यार, कोई कोई दिक्कत ना हो टेक्निकल। हाँ, एक जना यहाँ बैठ जाओ यार जरा। नहीं, आवाज जो है ना, कई बार ये फोन कट जाता है इनका, पता नहीं। दे दो माइक अगर है तो यार। इससे ही। शुरू हो गई है। जी सर, आ रही है, आ रही है। जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी। बोलो, अरे उनको बोलो यार। हाँ, आ गया। देखिए, प्रतिद्वंदी बहुत मजबूत था क्योंकि पहले हमने रामकुमार रामनाथन के रूप में एक मुकाबला जीता, उसके बाद युकी भांबरी ने दूसरा मुकाबला जीता, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है डबल्स में नीलसन हमारे सामने थे। और नीलसन एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो विंबलडन का डबल्स खिताब जीत चुके हैं 2012 में, लेकिन भारत के पास भी रोहन बोपन्ना के रूप में एक खिलाड़ी मौजूद है। और जिस तरह का मुकाबला हुआ, जिस तरह से कड़ा संघर्ष देखने को मिला पहले सेट में और आखिरी सेट में, कोई भी खिलाड़ी एक दूसरे की सर्विस को ब्रेक नहीं कर सका। और यहां पर ऐसा लगा कि मुकाबला बहुत लंबा चलेगा क्योंकि 3 सेटर ये रहा। और दूसरे सेट में पहले ही गेम में जो नीलसन है उन्होंने कई गलतियां की, डबल फॉल्ट किए और उसका भारत को फायदा मिला। हालांकि दिविज शरण जो है बाएं हाथ के जो खिलाड़ी हैं, उन्होंने कुछ एक तीसरे सेट में गलतियां की, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भारतीय, कहते हैं अंत भला तो सब भला, वही कुछ भारतीय खिलाड़ियों के साथ देखने को मिला और भारत ने यह मुकाबला 6-7, 6-4, 7-6 से जीत लिया। जी, जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। एक तरफ अगर नीलसन हो और दूसरी तरफ अगर आपके सामने बोपन्ना हो, तो जाहिर सी बात है कि गोल्डन पीरियड जो था जिसका आपने जिक्र किया, विजय अमृतराज, आनंद अमृतराज, रामनाथन कृष्णन, रमेश कृष्णन, ये सब जो है बहुत ही साकार हो के आ रहे थे सामने। लेकिन 2-3 मुकाबलों में, 2-3 सेट्स के अंदर 2 गेम ऐसे भी रहे जब लंबी रैली चली। और आमतौर पर ग्रास कोर्ट पर बहुत लंबी रैली देखने को नहीं मिलती है, लेकिन यहां पर 2-3 मौकों पर बहुत लंबी रैली देखने को मिली और बोपन्ना ने बहुत ही शानदार प्रदर्शन किया, बहुत ही कूलनेस बना के रखी। यहां मैं आपको एक बहुत ही रोचक बात बता दूं कि जो नीलसन है, जिन्होंने विंबलडन का डबल्स खिताब जीता था 2012 में, वो 1953 में और 1956 में उनके दादाजी जो थे कुर्ट नीलसन, वो चैंपियन विंबलडन के फाइनल तक पहुंचे थे और एक मिक्स डबल्स का उन्होंने खिताब भी जीता था। तो वो यहाँ पर इसी मैदान पर, दिल्ली जिमखाना के मैदान पर, पश्चिम जर्मनी का जब मुकाबला 1966 में हुआ तो वो कोच बनकर आए थे पश्चिम जर्मनी के, लेकिन भारत ने पटकनी दे दी थी सेमीफाइनल में पश्चिम जर्मनी को। तो जो काम उनके दादा नहीं कर पाए, वो उम्मीदें थी कि नेल्सन इस बार वो कमाल करेंगे और उसे अंजाम तक पहुंचाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा हो ना सका क्योंकि दिविज शरण जो बाएं हाथ के खिलाड़ी हैं, उन्होंने और बोपन्ना ने मिलकर उनके हर मंसूबे को कारगर नहीं होने दिया। हालांकि नीलसन ने कुछ गलतियां की, डबल फॉल्ट भी किए, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जो उनकी सर्विस थी बहुत ही काबिले तारीफ थी, झनाटेदार सर्विस थी। उस पर अच्छे रिटर्न्स जो थे वो इस तरह से इस मैच का बहुत बड़ा निर्णायक कारण साबित हुए। जी देखिए, अभी राम कुमार रामनाथन का मुकाबला चल रहा है और एक मुकाबला इसके बाद एक और होना है जो युकी भांबरी खेलेंगे आज, क्योंकि ये मुकाबले जो हैं अब एक औपचारिकता बनकर रह गए हैं, या दूसरे शब्दों में आप कहिए एकदम डेड रबर हो गए हैं। लेकिन भारत के लिए महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि क्या भारत क्लीन स्वीप करेगा, क्या भारत व्हाइट वॉश करेगा डेनमार्क का, एक ऐसी टीम जो बहुत ही आला दर्जे की टीम मानी जाती थी वर्ल्ड में। हालांकि एक टॉप खिलाड़ी उनका नहीं आया, उसका भी भारत को फायदा मिला, ग्रास कोर्ट का फायदा मिला। और जो कुछ जीशान अली जो भारतीय टीम के कोच हैं और जो भारतीय टीम के कप्तान हैं रोहित राजपाल, उन्होंने जो कुछ प्लानिंग बनाई थी भारतीय खिलाड़ियों के लिए, उनको बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से वो एग्जीक्यूट करने में कामयाब हो गए हैं। और अब भारत जो है विश्व ग्रुप 1 में पहुंच गया है। सितंबर में भारत का मुकाबला होगा, क्योंकि पिछला अगर हम मुकाबले देखें तो क्रोएशिया से भारत हारा है और उसके अलावा फिनलैंड से भारत हारा है। लेकिन आज का मुकाबला जीतने के बाद उम्मीदें जगी हैं। और अभी थोड़ी देर पहले ऑल इंडिया टेनिस एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर अनिल जैन से मेरी बात हो रही थी। उन्होंने कहा कि सितंबर में यह मुकाबला होना है और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उसकी मेजबानी भारत करे और ये मैच यही मुकाबला आयोजित किया जाए, क्योंकि अभी अपोनेंट के बारे में कुछ अभी पता नहीं है कि कौन अपोनेंट तब होगा। लेकिन ये तय है कि ये कोशिश होगी कि इस मुकाबले को यहीं दिल्ली जिमखाना के मैदान में ही आयोजित किया जाए। जी धन्यवाद। यार इतना शोर, इतनी आवाज मेरी मुझे अपनी सुनाई पड़ती
Hello, ha, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
special edition of Davis Cup fan watch along at reporting live from the Gymkhana Club. Well, we are two ugly men surrounded by two beautiful ladies, and we are hideously dressed. But more importantly, Vatsal from the Indian Tennis Daily has a very nice little pink microphone. I don't know who's doing our decor, but coming back to sports, Prerna, did you have the balle balle time here in the first set, in the first game, first match?
Yes, definitely. We got the 2-0 win yesterday, so it was half a celebration yesterday. But we're going to party tonight. We won the doubles, we won the tie. So today
Yes,
is
party
gonna be
is
a
there,
celebration.
but you should have double celebration because your brother is back and back in action with a big bang.
Absolutely, absolutely.
अब ये बताओ फोन पे बात क्या हुई उससे?
वो कैमरा के बाद
पार्टी का प्लान कहाँ है ये बताओ, कहाँ पे गेट क्रैश करना है वत्सल को, because he's already got these 3 suits, 2 पिछले 2 दिन में यूज किया, तीसरा आज करेगा. So please tell us the place so that we can gate crash, right Vatsal?
Correct.
we'll
Absolutely.
leave that for you to decide.
Great. I know she's absolutely no sport when it comes to talking freely. She's very measured, just like her game. She serves deep, wide, but she's never doing the double faults here because yesterday she was caught on the wrong foot yesterday. Remember?
Yes, yes. How could I forget?
Absolutely. But एक बात बताया यार वत्सल, इतना ठंडा माहौल क्यों था? हम तो वहाँ पे लाइव देख रहे थे और आप यहाँ पे बिल्कुल ऐसा कमेंट्री चल रही थी जैसे सेलिंग गेम होता है, you know that sailing in the deep water,
हाँ.
वैसी कमेंट्री चल रही
मैं भी आपके साथ ही था उधर, मैं यहाँ नहीं था.
है. So the ladies are to be blamed.
Right.
So ladies, let's look at Karina Ahuja. Apart from playing tennis, apart from doing her studies, she was also a contestant in Femina Miss India. I think उस पे बात करते हैं. बाकी चीज़ों पे तो होती रहेगी. Players अपना काम कर रहे हैं, जिमखाना वाले अपना काम कर रहे हैं. The kitchen stewards are working themselves, and Addy is typing whatever messages he has. But in the meanwhile, अब ये बताओ, Femina Miss India से वो contestant में आप कैसे गई? How did it go? What year was this? And what number were you on?
Wow, I don't remember the year. 2013, I was Miss Delhi second runner-up. And then after that, I think the next year I participated in Miss India. And over there I got the Miss Body Beautiful title. It was a great experience. I hadn't planned it. It was with one of my friends. So, yeah, I mean, it's different avenues, you know, sports and fashion. I love fashion, so I think...
Brilliant.
it was, yeah, good.
So, coming back to our sport right now, the producer is screaming in my ears कि राम खेल रहा है भाई टीवी पे तो देख लो. आप बताओ टीवी पे मैच कैसा चल रहा है? What are the proceedings?
So I think it was a surprise to see Ram Kumar lose the first set against Ingilson. We'd expected a straight set win, but it's good that he's getting some match practice in. He heads to Indian Wells after this, so it'll be good practice for him. He's 4th alternate in the qualifying. And Indian Wells is called the 5th slam on the tennis circuit, so it should be a good precursor for him to play at Indian Wells.
Lovely. Prerna, I know you haven't watched even a single game right now because our television was down, thanks to the jammers. आपका jammer के ऊपर क्या कुछ बात थी? आपका क्या thought है यहाँ पे इंटरनेट के ऊपर? आपका इंटरनेट चल रहा है?
मेरा इंटरनेट दौड़ रहा है, सिर्फ चल नहीं रहा.
ये काफी डॉन वाला डायलॉग है, मेरा चल नहीं रहा, मेरा दौड़ रहा है इंटरनेट. बट उससे पहले कुछ और बात हो रही थी कि कभी डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाता है, कभी बात करते करते कॉल ड्रॉप होता है. वो क्या था
अब
डिस्कशन?
इतने सारे लोग हैं यहाँ पर, there are more than 3,800 people, तो थोड़ा बहुत तो डिस्कनेक्ट होगा ही.
ये
Don't you think so?
I don't know, it's for fans to decide, but let me tell all the fans here, ये जो भी बोल रही है बहुत झूठ बोल रही है. शी इज वेरी गुड एक्ट्रेस. जैसे ये फेमिना मिस इंडिया में कंटेस्टेंट रही है, आई एम श्योर शी कैन बी अ वेरी गुड actress when it comes to the Saas Bahu serials. But coming back, we'll stick our
Can I cut across and say you had something else to say earlier? You had said something else about my expressions.
Ram is fighting back right now, and there was a good lob, and we'll shift our focus from the lunch box to Ram, to the match box. That was great. Listen to this roar. I can see the, I can hear the. Oh, Ram has won his serve. He's 6-5 up. Over to you guys. Please, the both of you.
What do you think is going to happen?
I think he should get the break now and that would be an advantage because he'll get to serve first in the third set, and that will put the pressure on Ingilson because he's going to serve behind.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope
Yes.
Ram can clinch this set by breaking the Ingilson serve.
Prerna, this question is for you. Very serious one now. Again, a fan question. A player playing 2 days for the country, how easy or how difficult is it for a player?
It's definitely very, very tiring to play 2 matches. They're used to playing all week actually.
Right,
Say
yes.
5 days, 6 days in a row. Sometimes when you're playing qualifying, even longer. But there's so much pressure here. So many people watching. When you're playing for the country, it's very different from when you're playing for yourself. So I'm sure it's quite stressful for them.
If you look at the screen, Karina, you have intense conversation happening right now. What do you think Rohit would be saying? Ke bhai, jaldi khatam kar.
I think, obviously he's probably giving him some words of wisdom, encouraging him, probably asking him to keep the focus on, and then, of course, internal strategies that only these two will probably know. And, when a player is there and you have that support, you just need a few words of encouragement.
We've
So that's
heard
what's
what
happening.
the coach would be saying. Prerna, you're a player, just in a parallel world. Rohit Rajpal is speaking. You are there. What would you as a player want to hear from your coach at that point of time, your skipper?
Well, just some words of motivation
Right.
would do the job for me, I think. Having a captain on court,
Yeah.
a lot of valuable inputs can be shared. I'm sure that's what Rohit sir is doing right now. Yeah.
Any funny incident that you remember कि coach or skipper कैसे बोलता है? I mean, कोई मजाक भी करते हैं? Do they crack a joke or something to motivate or just keep the conversation light?
Yes, if the player is too tense on court, then they do tend to, joke around and encourage and say some light-hearted, words. So
जैसे
yes.
क्या? Explain करो. Yes, the fan wants to know. Yes. जैसे क्या? What is the most, apart from our dressing sense, what is the hideous thing you've heard a coach saying in the discussion?
Fortunately, I've been calm whenever I've played, but I've never heard any such, funny comment and stuff. But yeah, I do have light-hearted moments with.
Explain to the fans, what would that be? कि बोला जल्दी खत्म कर यार, आज चलते हैं, आज स्विगी किया है.
Sometimes you do talk about food when the match is too long.
Now this is actually entering into our 3 territories. We'll keep the food and Karina out because she's surviving on air and water. That's it. So coming back, food पे बात करो. आज का मेन्यू क्या है भाई? मुद्दे की बात तो ये है. जिमखाना क्लब ने आज मेन्यू क्या रखा है?
अभी तक तो मैंने देखा नहीं. I've been sitting here since morning, so I'm famished and I'm just waiting to go there and check out the menu.
So we will talk about the menu a little later, but right now this is the deciding game on the second set. India is 40-30 up, break point, and my producer Siddharth Rege is screaming in my ear कि मैच पे ध्यान दो. भूख तो उसको भी लगी है, साइज देख के लगता है वो तीसरी बार आज लंच करेगा. So आवाज आ गई है पर तस्वीरें वही हैं. क्या हुआ लगता है?
6 all.
6 all.
I think it's 7-5.
7-5 और ये लगा दिया
Oh,
है
yeah, 7-5
हिंदुस्तान
was
ने.
6-5
बहुत बढ़िया.
One set all.
What a fight back. India has won the second set. Now I think we are going down to the wire. This is how a commentator, a Shastri-like commentator would say. That was like a tracer bullet and this match is going down to the wire. Your comments, how would you describe it?
Well, one super tiebreak remaining to finish the tie. Very exciting to watch this. It's a lot of fun being here and watch the players live. These sort of events like the Davis Cup happen every 3-4 years in India. So we don't get to watch this kind of level of play when we are in Delhi.
We have a nice third setup for the third set. Tell me one thing, both of you, you're players and we are the fans. We'd love to see the Paisa Vasool type of a match, which goes into the third set in a Davis Cup. How easy or how difficult is it for a player on the losing side to come back when all is lost, to come back and give this kind of a fight? Karina?
I mean, again, like we spoke about earlier, it's all about mental fitness. It's they're under pressure. Even when you're up, it's the same thing. But right now, with the crowd and the ambience, I mean, it's tough to keep the focus going. But again, that's where your love for the game, your passion, everything, you give it your all. The self-motivation is probably going to get them out of it.
Lovely.
That's the beauty of the game, I think. It can turn around at any point of time. You can never predict what's going to happen
How do you
next.
motivate yourself that यार टीम तो बाहर हो गई है, बैक पैक करना है, कल रात की आज की जर्नी है, but he's still going out and giving our best guy, Ramkumar Ramanathan, a tough for his space,
Well, that's what playing for the flag is all about. When you're playing for the country, you get out something different every time you step on court.
तो ये 70 मिनट बड़े जरूरी हैं, चाहे टेनिस हो या हॉकी हो या चकती हो. Do you agree?
Agreed. I think every minute is important. But yeah, this is his test. I mean, I think, of course, he's playing for the country too, but खुद के लिए भी तो, that self-motivation कि I want to do it for the country. So that fire, I think, is what Ram is showing us right now.
I think, Vatsal, एक बात तो है कि we should give credit to the Danes who've taken us to the third set. This is the second game and this has gone into the third set. So it's like paisa vasool for fans.
Definitely. As a fan myself, I would want to watch as much tennis as possible. Definitely. And especially when it is at the Gymkhana Club where the things have been set up so beautifully. So I'm sure it's like more than paisa vasool for the fans and not just paisa vasool.
Yeah, you and I stay connected to the fans. जरा tweet check करो, किसी ने हमारे आपके pink mic के ऊपर कुछ comment किया है?
जरूर, आपने ही कर दिया already. तो आपको देखकर और लोग करेंगे obviously.
I'm so sorry. You're looking very nice. This is the most happening mic that we had in our vicinity, and we got it. I don't know how he's managed to pick it. I'm so sorry. My producer Siddharth Rege is trying to play pranks on us, and you happen to fall for it. But coming back to the game,
I don't mind.
It is the third set, और अभी आराम कर सकते हैं. Producer, can we talk about our lunch menu? भाई सुबह से breakfast नहीं किया है. अरे बहुत अच्छा आइडिया दिया हमारे प्रोड्यूसर ने. Now we can keep it as the lunch watch along.
That's a good idea.
Oh, so nice. So nice. I just got to know my bag में से किसी ने ransack कर लिया है मिठाई. Which I got it from Calcutta.
Sandesh.
You know that as well?
Sandesh?
आप पहली बार देखो, एक लाइव देखो, हमारे साथ बैठ के मासूम चेहरे के पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा खतरनाक शातिर दिमाग है. बट जिसने मेरा संदेश, जो मेरा दोस्त कैलकाटा से लाया था, वो खत्म
मुझे भी खाना है.
आप चले जाओगे ना जब तब करना,
वहीं जाके खा लूंगा फिर.
राइट. बहुत अच्छा टॉपिक है. हमको अपने इतना बढ़िया सा जो बना के रखा है हमने लाउंज. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टेनिस. And I think I've been I was yelled at to be talking about tennis. So over to Vatsal and Prerna while we talk about food. You have no interest, I have. Please talk.
Prerna, what do you think about a Fed Cup tie being played at the Gymkhana? Hypothetically, how good would it be?
Well, that would be amazing. Considering so many people, come out and watch here. It's going to be a great tie for India. There'll be so much support for India, and we're really looking forward to something like that happening very soon.
I wish that happens soon.
Well, the administrators here have done such a wonderful job with the stands, with all the arrangements, making all the players comfortable. I think it's going to be great if the Fed Cup is going to be here.
And how about a few ATP or WTA tournaments here? Or challengers.
यार वो तो कल पूछ लिया था. WTA का तो पीछा छोड़ दे. अभी 4-2 पे India is leading. I think you look at the score. India is coming back at 4-2. But we'll continue your WTA. चिंता मत कर भाई. After the break, can we go in for a 1-minute break so that we can get our coffee and everything, and I can look at the status of my Sandesh which is kept here. Oh, tiebreaker चल रहा है.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the tiebreak.
Super tiebreak. 10 points.
Two more points. Oh,
we'll go on. Ramkumar. Yesterday we had the privilege of getting the parents of Ramkumar here. What a sacrifice that these guys do. I mean, the parents, and they are the unspoken heroes of their life.
For sure.
And they never get mentioned. I mean, and it was a fantastic heart-to-heart conversation with the father and the mother coming together. So, what are the sacrifices that parents do?
Oh, I mean, it's their whole time. Everything from the second they wake up, it's all about, okay, the food that the kid needs to eat, take them to practice, travel with them. They're fully dedicated, to their child and wanting them to have the best. So that sacrifice is
as
needed.
a 12-year-old, I've just remembered, as a 12-year-old, he traveled to Gurgaon to play in one of the challenger tournaments, and the parents were there, and it was in December. Just imagine.
Oh my gosh.
Just
Yep.
imagine a South Indian coming from Chennai all the way here.
In that cold weather, early morning, that
Yes.
too. Yeah, I mean, that's where you see, right, the love for
Absolutely.
the parents and the confidence in the kid. That's what we need. And
Absolutely. Prerna, your parents have traveled with you. They made so many sacrifices, like what we've heard the stories. Isn't there a time when the parents say, yaar, chodo yaar? I mean, those kind of parents, keep going on and on without being a certainty कि बच्चा कहाँ तक आगे चल रहा है. Isn't
Well,
it?
there's so much sacrifice from the parents. So if the kid is playing at 6 a.m. in the morning,
Yes.
practicing at 6 a.m., the parents will get up like an hour or two early, prepare the tiffin, prepare the entire, day's food for the player. They'll also sleep in the end.
Yes.
They'll be traveling with the kid everywhere, sacrificing their work, sacrificing their time with the spouse. So I think there is so much sacrifice from the parents to make a champion.
And they were also telling me that on the transit and during the journey, the kids sleep and then they wake up and then they go out to practice. Did you also manage your sleep and this thing on the transit?
Sorry, I didn't.
The sleep pattern during the transit from one city to another. Let's say if you're playing at Muzaffarnagar or Meerut, did you manage to catch your sleep because you would get up early in the morning?
I'm always sleeping in the car. The moment I sit, I fall asleep.
Well, that's a nice thing. But what about the weather? If you're coming from Indian weather and you go like the current crop of players, they go in practice in Spain and the other part of Europe, the Germany. So the temperature there is really bad. How do they manage mentally? How do they prepare themselves for a cold, harsh weather?
I think you have to be prepared when you're traveling across the globe. You're traveling to different countries every week, maybe from a cold temperature to warm all of a sudden the next week. So you have to be prepared for every possible circumstances.
Well, it was an amazing insight that they gave that not only us but the kids also go through a tough time, and the siblings, the role of the sibling is important. Like Ram Kumar's sister stays in Singapore, and whenever he's on a transit flight, he makes it a point to go visit the nephew, and the nephew talks to him and says, no uncle, you played well, you should not worry, next round. Has it happened to you that you talk to your cousins? I'm sure you had your time with your cousins saying that, "Arey mera isse haar gayi, ya isse wo ho gaya." Just share those memories.
Yes, I do miss them, miss my family when I am traveling, but I think I'm very fortunate that every time I do travel, one family member is always there with me, whether it's my parents, whether it's my brother. So since the time he's been coaching, maybe it's been about 7-8 years, since then he's been traveling with me, so I've been blessed that way that I have my family, I have a coach along with me, in my brother, so I think I've just been lucky. Yes, I do miss the other members, obviously, and I do speak to them every single day when I travel.
Amazing. What's the score, Vatsal, right now in the third set?
Ram Kumar has 4 match points. He is 9-5 up, just a point away from sealing the rubber for India to go up 4-0.
Let's see what happens.
It's 9-6 now. 3 more match points to go.
A very good lob by Ram, but just missed by a bit. Very good effort, very good try. Hopefully he'll get this point. He's on serve.
We just spotted our official photographer Vijay Lakshmi here on the courts. But coming back to the sport right now, do you think that's an ace that's coming? Downloading the ace?
He did
Hopefully.
seal the previous match with an ace. Hopefully again he'll hit an ace and Let's see. Tried to go for a tee serve.
The crowd is egging right
Lot
now.
of cheering from the crowd.
Ay.
9-7.
ये क्या हो गया भाई?
Ram
like that
doesn't
was
look
a
very
double
happy.
Teasing us, I think. Done.
With the sounds here ऐसा
Yep.
लगता है कि इंडिया जीत गई है. बट हमारे टेलीविजन सेट पे ये सोनी वाले भैया थोड़ा जल्दी दिखाओ यार.
Yeah, I can see people standing.
I can hear people scream and
And he's won
and
the
that's
match.
India has won. चलो हाई फाई टाइम. खाना टाइम नहीं तो हाई फाई टाइम. Great. Shabash. India has taken the lead 4-0 and this is what we wanted. This is what we've come here for and this is what we got delivered. Downloading a 4th victory. Prerna, did we think it will go so easy for India?
It was definitely a tough match. The Danish player did push Ram till the super tiebreak. Both players have done fantastic. They've played their best game, and now, as we can see, the Indian team is very happy with Ram's win.
He's such an unassuming character, the champion of the team, the lion-hearted guy, just taking it so casually. You know, this is the best part. Also talking about the champions, I must tell you an incident which Prerna would agree. Oh, that's where the coaches and the entire team is.
Yeah.
Yuki Bhamri yesterday won the match. He's waving everyone. We are standing in the row and thinking that he would come and say, "Meri बहन बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे." Hi. He just looks at her, says hello, and he moves on. And I'm waiting with the camera. Batao Prerna, that moment, mic drop moment of the day.
Well, he was surrounded by 3,000 people.
पूरे में 3,000 people थे. 5-7,000 नहीं.
Wanting to meet him, wanting to get his autograph. I could always meet him an hour later at home. So it was.
Did you
it
meet
was-
him? बोलो watch it out.
I did meet him, and I did get some pictures clicked.
ये तो भाई न्यूज़ है, ये तो कुछ बताया नहीं हमें. But anyways, sorry about that. I didn't mean to be so mean to you, but the tradition continues, and we'll go on and talk about the food part. No, amazing victory, 4-0. I think this is what we'd come here for. The dhols are going crazy, and the crowd is going wild. We can hear it. Karina, your thoughts on the match?
Oh, it was a beauty to watch. I mean, Ram performed so well. I'm sure he's feeling thrilled, made up for, he has 2 wins back to back. I mean, he gave the fans what they came to watch, and I'm sure he's going to celebrate right now. And
I'm
calm
sure
down for a
half the
bit.
crowd here will celebrate right now, and most
Together.
of them will celebrate at their home right now. आप बताओ, Vatsal, do you remember? You're a stats guy, you're a fan guy. Tell me, in your memory, has India gone 4-0 up on day 2 ever?
Yeah, I think they've played a few ties against lower ranked teams, but to be 4-0 up against a team like Denmark does not happen too often. It was aided by the fact that Holger Rune is not here, but still it's a commendable feat for our players to be 4-0 up on the second day.
भाई जिस हिसाब से इंडिया खेल रही है और जिस हिसाब से ढोल बज रहे हैं and the crowd support, यार किसी को भी लेके आते हैं, I think India would have won. But I think what we are doing here is the revenge of 1927 when they defeated India 5-0. Do you remember?
Right. I don't remember it, but I know about it.
That was a trick question. But yes, in your memory, do you remember India going up 4-0? You come from that tennis family. बताओ. आपका अगला पड़ाव.
I'm not a tennis watcher at all. I love playing, but I don't watch. Yes, India has played 5-0, has won 5-0, but I don't remember.
आपकी पूरी धनराशि वापस ली जाती है इस सवाल के गलत जवाब देने के चक्कर में.
But that happens because even I'm not a big tennis watcher, especially after the injury. I would get upset. But again, with this crowd and stuff, I mean.
No, but
right now
sticking on to our Davis Cup, in my memory, and I'm not older than you guys are, but
Of course.
Yeah, believe that. But in my entire memory, my first memory goes back of Leander playing at the NSCI club. But I don't remember India going 4-0 up in the 4th round. I mean, this is very strange, which is good thing to have. But we are also discussing how India is making a comeback. अब तो लगता है कि ये जहाँ भी जाएंगे डेविस कप खेलने, ये पिच को ना काट के पैक करा के लेते हैं. भैया पैक कराना, भैया पैक करा के लेके चलते हैं इसको. I think this is what has happened, right?
Yeah, it's if they can do that and carry this for every game. Yep.
By the way,
we're
we
gonna have a
spoke
lot
to the
more wins.
president of the All India Tennis Association, and a little while ago, India has a 50-50 chance of either hosting it here or going to some other country. But if we are hosting it here, it is confirmed it's going to be the same venue. Will that bring smiles back?
Well, if that can happen, that would be great. All the fans will be looking forward to it. Yeah, just looking forward to a great tie and watching it live here at one of the best clubs of India, the Delhi Gymkhana Club.
Hospitality partner. I know it's coming. But एक बात बताओ, अभी 17th और 18th September का what is the draw? When will we come to know about the draw?
So I think there are ties being played around the world. So once we have the final list of 24 teams that are going to enter the draw, the ITF will conduct a draw ceremony next weekend, and we'll get to know who India plays next.
Approximately कुछ idea है? Oh, that's Yuki. अभी that's Colonel Chauhan with us, who's seen these guys grow up. That's the last point of the game, and it was a good deep serve. Oh, that's the show package done by Sportsworks, doing a great job. Gaurav Bell and company and the team doing a brilliant job. Coming back to this package, कितना calm, composed और कितना poised लग रहा है Ram Kumar, isn't it?
I remember when Ram was young, he would be a little more aggressive than what he is right now. He would lift up his hand whenever he would win a point, encourage the crowd to make a little more noise, and the response was amazing every time he would do that. There was so much support, so much cheering for him.
In fact, his parents were yesterday saying that he's now mellowed down with the age, and earlier he would just get a little hyper, but right now he's like cool as ice. And that's very nice thing to say, and I'm telling you, he's not the only one. Yuki Bhamri is the same ilk. He's of the same fabric. Am I right?
Well, yes, even he is very calm on and off the court. You'll never see the outburst. It rarely happens. Yes, he is very calm. You can see that from his expressions. No matter what the scoreline is, whether he's winning, whether he's losing, he's always got the calm temper. He's always got a very neutral, calm face.
Absolutely. कल खाया क्या था तुम लोगों ने? घर पे कैसे celebrate किया? ये बताओ. Now that you've admitted that you met him, now that you've admitted photos click हुई, अब ये बताओ discussion क्या हुआ? ये बताओ.
पनीर बटर मसाला खाया.
यार ये 3 दिन से ना पनीर बटर मसाला सिर्फ सुनने मिलता है, देखने नहीं मिलता. That's the victorious team. We have Mr. Iyer as well, Mr. Shergill, Mr. Satish Upadhyay, Colonel Chauhan, and the entire team. The coach is as cool as cucumber, Mr. Zishan Ali. Your memories of Zishan?
I've traveled with Zishan sir during the South Asian Games in 2016.
Okay.
It was great to have him as a part of the team. He was the coach. He was the men's team coach at that time,
Right.
and we ended up winning all the medals, whether it was gold or bronze or silver. I think he's amazing. The valuable inputs, the guidance that he gives to all the players. He's a fabulous person.
Amazing. You know, he can get angry. When he's angry, you can see from his face that he's not liking some, like a typical coach. But he's a man of few words. Would you believe that?
Well, I've never seen him angry. He's always very
Calm.
Yes.
Absolutely. You tell me, have you had any nasty coaches in your life that you've played under?
No, fortunately not. I don't think there are any. I mean, in my
Loud,
experience, I've not
boisterous,
seen.
You know, coaches are saying, "Kya kar rahi hai?"
No,
nothing like that.
no.
Tennis is a sophisticated game. Not, I mean, and we are trying to break the mold. Even the commentary, you know, like it's a very soft, it's a very. Just talk about the commentary part of tennis. What is your first impression of it?
Well, it's very important because a lot of people are watching, and a lot of people don't know about the sport who are watching, and by listening to them, by listening to their comments, they get to know so much about tennis, about what's happening on court. Um, a lot of commentators do know about the tennis players, and so we get a lot of inputs from them about their previous matches, what they're going to do, how they're playing. Yeah.
You know, the commentary has also changed over the years. You know, it has gone from uh, the players have changed, the attire has changed, the color of the attire has changed too. I think it's time that commentary should also change. Would you believe?
That's where we come in.
Vote do Davis Cup fan lounge ko vote do.
First ever tennis watch along in the world.
Absolutely, and we are privileged to be hosting it and being a part of it. Vatsal?
Yeah, it's definitely been a great experience. As you mentioned, it's important to change the narrative as far as tennis commentary goes. It's always been very traditional, very formal, and it was important to turn the tide and sort of make it more informal so that we can attract younger audiences, which tennis as a sport really needs, because even today we saw a lot of oldies in the crowd, and we want younger people to be attracted to the sport because they are the future. They are the ones who are going to keep the sport going. And so yeah, concepts like watch along are really important.
And especially when a television channel is pushing and media networks are pushing the watch along, the reach increases, and perhaps we'll also improve with the concept, so that we don't get to have the pink mic on.
I knew you were getting there. I was just waiting for it.
Also, we get in so many players here, administrators here. We get to know their thinking, what's gone in their minds, what they've done in the past, the coach of the team, the captain, you know, and the fans can get to know so much more about their journey and their story through them, which is otherwise not possible.
I think it's a fair point that she's made, Prerna has made, because the fans need to know about the players, and players have a responsibility to at least inform the basic information or parts about what they're doing, how they're doing. Would you subscribe to that?
Of course. I mean, we need that more than anything, because how else would a fan connect with a player, right? You want to know about their likes, dislikes, what their life is outside of tennis, and then you have that kind of, you know, attachment. You can relate in some way or the other, and to have that platform to let the fans know the players, I mean, that in itself is going to bring in more fans to watch the sport. So yeah, for sure.
That's where, incidentally, your website and your volunteers come into picture. Vatsal?
Yeah, so that's the aim with Indian Tennis Daily. We try to make players public figures, because that is what is really important. Like Karina mentioned, the fans need to look at players as human beings first. They should get to know about them, their lives on tour, how tough, how easy it is, or whatever it is. What are the things that they do in their 24 hours every day, and that will definitely bring fans closer. We'll have new fans, and the existing fans will become attached more and more to the players, and that is what we need. We see cricketers becoming so popular because people know that Virat Kohli is like a vegan, he is fully into fitness, and we need fans to know the same things about players like Yuki, Ram, Sumit, and the others, and that is how the sport is going to become more popular in the country.
Yeah, and you guys, I think, are doing a fabulous job updating all the players, all the tennis fans about it by posting on Indian Tennis Daily. I mean, we don't need to look at the ITF website or the ITA website to know where all the players are playing and going. We just look at Indian Tennis Daily's update early in the morning, and we know where each player is.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind words.
Vatsal, your Kolkata sweets are really doing the charm, but that's okay. That's okay. आज शाम को कहाँ चलना है ये बताओ डिनर के लिए?
आज शाम को मैं दोस्तों से मिलने जा रहा हूँ, so unfortunately I cannot make it. Sorry.
No problem. We'll leave you with your good time, and I will not talk about the mic because no. Coming back, producer, time हो गया है. Can we pack up now and take a 10-minute break? Hello, producer. We are watching the first. We are watching the world's first tennis watch along. With me, Sunil Yashkalra. I have two of the eminent personalities with me, Prerna Bhamri, who's played for India, 5 times national champion and junior #1 for India. And we are two
Ugly men.
with hideous clothes and
A pink mic.
pink mic and whatever. I think we bored them enough. We deserve our 10 minutes break. Thank you very much. We'll be back after a short break. Do join us.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
Good to go. मेरा EP नहीं लगा हुआ, but
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
capacity crowd. Your memories of Davis Cup, sir?
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास।
Great movement that Davis Cup has come to Gymkhana Club after 65 years. What about the fan part of it? You've been closely associated first as a player in the early 80s as a diver.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence.
But, I was never in a sport.
Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup. March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
Half full, that's the way to see it. And as a fan, as somebody who still plays as many sports as possible, I think it's our duty to also understand what fandom is all about, because I don't want to lecture anyone, But you follow your teams, you follow your country, you follow your best players, and then you continue to encourage them as much as possible.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence.
Be careful about because players are also human. And they
Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
Yes, every once in a while a player will play badly as well, or be beaten by a better opponent. But that encouragement is what you need from fans. The presence, the understanding, and the encouragement.
Few weeks ago, a fortnight ago, IPL auction. Did the sportsman in you raise the hand and say, hey, let me just lead from the front and let me just take over?
Well, I was actually very fortunate to be in Bangalore, to be very close to the venue, to be available, to not be playing golf or whatever I would have been that Saturday afternoon. And of course, the response was immediate because, I mean, it's not a question of saying should I not, when some poor chaps had a physical problem and you are in a position to support. Absolutely. It took me about a quarter of a second to say, yeah, sure, I'll be there as soon as possible. And luckily, I was next door, so it didn't take very long at all. But the thought was not what I bring to the auction. The thought was that, okay, we have a big IPL going. There's a big auction. People around the world are expecting this to be conducted smoothly. And if I can assist the process, I'll be most happy to.
So was that a sportsman in action or a league owner in action?
Well, I suppose I wear a few hats. But that was my auctioneer hat, because I'm also that. I've done a fair amount of professional auctions of art and works of art and antique books and what have you. So it's something that I actually do regularly, or did in the past, not so much regularly now.
Right.
And I've done the auction for several other leagues in other areas, but not the IPL. So it was a role I could easily slip into, and I knew that. It was just, I'm glad that we didn't waste too much time with the main auction.
Are you happy with the dream project, the way it has become? It's like a huge milestone in the Indian sporting world.
Well, yes. I mean, people do often ask, and I ask myself, what have I done? And as a sportsman, one reached where one reached. As a commentator, one got plenty of opportunities to remain with the world of sport, and as a player as well of, various other recreational sports. But it's always special to be able to create something, to be able to contribute to the world of sport, not just by talking about it or referring to it, but actually creating something. And the Pro Kabaddi League, I've got to say, has been very fortunate to be so well received, and luckily it's moving along very well on stable trails.
Last question. Fans want to know, what is your handicap now?
Well, the fact that I can't get to play enough. No, 7. That's only because of COVID, the fact that I wasn't traveling. After 40 years of my life, I had about 7 or 8 months at home, and that helped my golf quite a bit. But I've got a problem shoulder right now, so when I go back on the golf course, I'm not likely to be anywhere close to 7. But yeah, I love the game, and whatever I play, whenever I play it very hard. So, that's the whole idea.
Well, that was a multi-talented Charu Sharma, but we've known him as the swimming, the diving player of India, and now as much acclaimed, much loved for the fans. Thank you, Charu, for joining with us.
You're most welcome. I tell you what, I keep saying this all the time, that all sports persons of all sports need to realize that if it were not for the fans, sports would probably not exist. So everybody please understand that the fans come first.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
It's like a moment for me. Seriously. league and the boxing in India. अभी हम लोग कुछ और भी कर रहे हैं इसके साथ. I know. पता है ना wrestling. तो हमारी मुलाकात तब हुई होगी wrestling league में पहले साल से. I've got some brilliant stats with me. Yeah. It says that first serve win 83%.
For us?
Yes. We actually tried to get in touch with you. We were quite like one of the commentators talking about tennis as an expert. So we couldn't get in touch. So we got very happy for our television. What we're doing here is a tennis conclave. Continuing with our discussion, not like the tennis, it's like the football kind of thing. लवकर बोला मला टीवी में नहीं आ रहा अभी आ रहा quickly ask me and I'm not going to take this pink wala 20 seconds which one is my mic sir आपको एक बार चेक करना है
Hello.
नहीं ये मेरा
What's the front way anyways? Which one is the...
this is the front this is the commentators thing do we check the mic check कर लीजिए
ठीक है हाँ I think mine is also working.
Yeah, working. Sid, थोड़ा सा हायर क्लोज करके आपको हेलो बोलना है और चेक
Hello.
ठीक है वर्क्स फाइन विथ वैसे आपको एक बार फिर करना पड़ेगा
Hello. Okay. I think it's working.
वर्किंग How many questions? Yes. This is hideous. Well, very often you don't get a score line like 4-0 in Davis Cup for India. In our memories, we haven't got it. The star of the match today, the doubles, Divij Sharan is here with me, along with the team staff. We'll talk to Divij about, Divij, did you walk in with the pressure, considering that we had a score line of 2-0?
Well, there's always pressure when you play for India at Davis Cup, and you want to wrap up the tie as early as possible because you've heard of all these great comebacks, so you cannot take any match easily. Playing doubles on grass, it's going to be close, and I just feel like we did a great job to fight till the end, and really happy with the way we closed it out.
The momentum started from the second set, and you killed it in the third. What was wrong in the first?
Well, as I said, it was a very close match. I don't think anything went wrong in the first set. They actually played a few very good returns in the tie break, which we ended up losing. Second set, we had an early break, and we capitalized on the momentum for that. We continued to hold our serves, and we won the set 6-4. And third set again was pretty close. I feel like towards the end, one of Rohan's service games was very close, and then I was serving being down, match points. So it was important to get through those points, and then I think, in the tie break we went up. We had a lead, and we ended up winning the tie break.
Absolutely. How does it feel, and what does it mean to be partnering with someone as experienced as Rohan Bopanna?
Well, I've obviously played with him a lot. We played a very good doubles match against Italy in Calcutta in the Davis Cup tie, and then I won the Asian Games gold medal with him, and we played on the circuit as well. So I've got a good chemistry with him.
Yes.
He's obviously a senior player, and he's been around for all the years that I've been playing. So it was great to have him on the court with me. Yes.
The team management showed a great confidence in your run up to Davis Cup, considering you for the doubles tie. uh, you lived up to their expectation. So what were the discussions between the coach, the skipper and you to prepare for this crucial time?
Well, I'm sure it would have been on their minds that, grass is my favorite surface and I've had good results on grass. And they obviously want to make sure that Ram, if he was required to play, then he was sort of fresh for the singles. So, having said that, obviously, they put their responsibility in me, and I'm glad that me and Rohan both, we were able to, live up to the expectations and get this win, this crucial win for India.
We'll come back to Divij, but Anand ji, ये बताइए, how does it feel और कितना प्रेशर होता है क्योंकि आपको एक प्लेयर पहले खेल चुका है, अगले दिन भी उसकी तैयारी करनी है. सबसे ज़्यादा जो बैकएंड की तैयारी होती है वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा होती है. आपके ऊपर प्रेशर था कि राम को तैयार करके अगले दिन के लिए लाना है?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई प्रेशर नहीं रहता है. ये यूज टू है, लाइक हर प्लेयर सर्किट में खेलता रहता है, तो एवरी डे दे हैव टू प्ले मैचेस, सिंगल एंड डबल समटाइम इन द सर्किट, सो दे आर यूज टू, एंड वी आल्सो लाइक दैट कि हम काम करना ही पड़ता है, वो तो उसमें ज़्यादा प्रेशर नहीं लेना है.
आपका सीक्रेट मंत्र क्या है? क्योंकि हमारे जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं, टचवुड, इनकी फिटनेस, जो इंजरी से वापस आए वो भी काफ़ी फिट है, और जो वैसे दिखते हैं तो लगता है काफ़ी चुस्त हैं और मुस्तैद हैं. बिल्कुल
नहीं, सीक्रेट मंत्र कुछ नहीं होता है. दे वर्किंग हार्ड एंड वो गैदर, तो वो अच्छा रहता है कि देयर अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज देयर, मेन थिंग वो है. थैंक यू.
Divij, you're a Delhi boy. This is the Delhi ground, the Delhi crowd. Does it help to have a crowd as boisterous as Delhi with dolls and everything going, or does it add added pressure?
No, it was great to have that support. Yes, actually, I started playing tennis here at Gymkhana Club many years ago. So it was sort of very special for me to be playing the Davis Cup tie here. And my family was here, all my friends were here. It was great to see a full crowd.
Yes.
And that support definitely helped, for sure.
And how do you zone out? Because there are certain uncles and people, familiar faces out there in the crowd. How do you zone? How do you prepare yourself? Because the fans have outpouring love and affection. So how do you get into that zone?
Well, I guess you get used to it
Right.
in the sense that you're not thinking so much about what's happening off the court. Your complete focus is on the court. You're just in your own zone. You're doing your things, and yeah, you obviously hear the backing and support of
Yes.
of the people. But I guess you wouldn't look outside at a few particular people and put your mind there. So. Having said that, yes, like I could obviously feel the atmosphere and the vibe, like was in our favor,
Yes.
and that obviously gave us a lot of motivation.
Incidentally, running up to the entire Davis Cup tussle today, we've had great number of Indian fans joining from outside, and that's why we had something called the fan watch along. What do you think about this? Is a new concept of fan watching, 5 of us coming together. New concept in tennis. Do you subscribe to this theory that tennis commentary and getting closer to fans also should be increased?
No, definitely. I mean, I think it goes hand in hand. Like we've seen during COVID when there were no spectators. I mean, we feel that as well when people are not watching and there's no interaction with the fans. So something like this obviously is great for Indian tennis. And, I'd just like to say for all the organizers, I think they've created a lot of hype for this Davis Cup tie. They've been promoting tennis and I'm sure it helps in building the future of tennis as well in the country. More and more kids, they get to know what's happening. They get to know about tennis and the players who are playing for India, and hopefully they get the motivation to maybe try to play professionally and represent India sometime down the line.
One last word for the Delhi Gymkhana Club officials and the ITA officials who managed to put together such a beautiful venue.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to them. Like, I know how tough it is, especially for a grass court event, and I've seen all the, preparations. Everything's been great. Like, from looking after all the teams, everybody's been here for a week, 10 days, arranging practice courts, meals, and then obviously, the main match court and the stands, so fans could come out and watch. I think they've done a great job, and I'd really like to congratulate them.
Well, that was Divij Charan and Anand from the Indian contingent joining us for the exclusive fan watch along, and keep watching NewsX for live updates on tennis and Davis Cup. Thank you, Divij.
Thank you.
हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो हेलो हाँ चेक 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 मैं बोल रहा हूँ हेलो 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 तीन 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 हेलो
देखो ऐसा बकरी है भाग जाएगा बकरी है ना इससे ज्यादा क्या बोलेगा ये बताओ ये बकरी थोड़ी है ये
यार कान में तो बोल रेगे.
So just give us a brief. What kind of question you want to ask?
Basically on the victory, the win, you got to keep at least 2 minutes का time with yourself. मुझे एक फट्टा दे दो.
2 minutes का time मतलब?
पीछे है मेरे उसमें.
How long is it going to be?
1 hour. Live. Tell your people to watch it on YouTube.
But 1 hour live is a long conversation. How are we going to do?
I'm the one. कर रहा हूँ ना.
So you're going to show like.
I love him.
He's too nice. He's too nice. Look at him. He's come. Like, who does this? Rohit, thanks. Thank you, yeah. Really. Rohit, thank you.
मैंने आपको देखा दौड़ते हुए. हाँ,
ये
कौन
है.
है? यहाँ पे सर सेंटर. सेंटर?
Or you can come there, Sunil, or you rather be there, no?
हाँ, इसके ऊपर लाइट सीधा वो कैमरा है ना, मेन कैमरा. He's the light.
Hi sir, how are
But
you?
I think we'll.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
गला देख लेना.
इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
अरे वो वाला दे सकते हो जल्दी.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर। इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India. Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
एक लंबे इंतजार के बाद अब शुरू होने जा रहा है टेनिस का महासंग्राम डेविस कप 2022। अब हल्ला बोलेगा इंडिया दिल्ली जिमखाना क्लब के ग्रास कोर्ट्स पर इंडिया वर्सेस डेनमार्क 4 और 5 मार्च 2022 को भारत रचेगा टेनिस का नया इतिहास। Keep supporting Team India.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis clash of the year after a long silence. Watch Team India in action for the Davis Cup, March 4th and 5th. Keep supporting Team India.
India trounced. 20 seconds. Last till Karina. Hello and welcome from Delhi Gymkhana for a special presentation straight from the grass court where India triumphed over Denmark. We have an esteemed panel. Over my right is the tournament director, Aditya Khanna, the man himself, the skipper of the Indian winning team, Mr. Rohit Rajpal, and former India junior #1, Karina Ahuja. So we start the game with the entire historical perspective. Sir, we play the game after 58 years, 59 years, the same ground, same venue, but did you expect a different result? 4-0 we are getting into with the start 2 days. What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, I certainly didn't expect to win 4-0, to be very honest. I thought it's going to be close, except for the first match. I think the matches were quite close. As you know, the doubles could have gone either way today. So yeah, very pleased with the result and very pleased with all the boys. I think they did a very professional job of things. We put in a lot of work for the last few days here on grass, and we've been actually in preparation mode for quite some time. I've been in touch with the boys for the last 2-3 months, asking them where they're going to be playing. So we wanted to have them match sharp, playing tournaments, and then bring them on grass, being match sharp, and then sharpen them up on the surface here. So yeah, to answer your question, extremely happy and grateful
Rohit,
that we were
you
all up.
grew up on this fantastic venue. Did you expect it to be as big, as majestic as it is right now?
I mean, yeah. I think Gymkhana took it to another level. The tournament director, Adi, Om Pathak ji, our president, Dr. Anil Jain, Mr. Anil Khanna, all these guys really, we all decided that this time, whatever we do, we're going to break our barriers and take things to the next level. And in terms of organizing, and I think we did a wonderful job. Whoever came and experienced the tennis, plus the hospitality, really sort of had a nice word to say, which is very gratifying.
We'll come back to the play in a while, but Aditya Khanna, the tournament director, did you have sleepless nights putting everything together? Were there tears of joy, stress, and of course, your smiles were really diminished?
Well, first of all, it's a privilege hosting the Davis Cup at the Delhi Gymkhana Club.
Yeah.
So, when we did start planning this about 3 to 4 months back, the collective vision of the AITA, DLTA and Delhi Gymkhana has come true. And, obviously, India winning the tie has added so much glory to the event as well. And that to 4-0. Our players played amazing. Our captain obviously played a huge role in strategizing, and the camp which was happened 2 weeks before the event really helped our players as well. And touchwood, it's a dream come true, and everything just fell into place as what we dreamt. And it was a vision of our president, Dr. Anil Jain, Mr. Rohit Rajpal, our captain, Mr. Om Pathak, and Mr. Anil Khanna, obviously, who's been the visionary of tennis in India for the longest time. And it just came through, and obviously tears of joy obviously were there for not that much for organizing the event, but for India winning the event, obviously that added so much, and it's a huge honor that India won, and that I was the tournament director for this.
Both of you are Delhi boys. You've actually grown up here. In fact, I'm told he's the defending champion here for Gymkhana Club. So my question to both of you, did you expect it to be so grand? Is it at par with any of the best venues in the world for grass court?
Okay.
So, you know, the umpire, Mr. Ali, the chief referee rather, he told us that, you know, he's been chief referee and umpiring around the world, maybe 26 different countries. And he said that so far he has seen nothing like this, which, you know, in terms of organization, in terms of the setup that we put together. And he really complimented us on everything else. So credit to all the team with Adi, Om Pathak ji, and Colonel Chauhan and Shergill Saab, yahan ke jo bhi log the, JP Singh. All of these people really, and many other people really behind them on the ground. They're really the heroes behind the heroes, I think, who really put their day and night together to put this beautiful venue up.
Karina, how does it, what happens in a player's mind when he sees the capacity crowd of around 3,800, 4,000 people cheering? As a player, you've experienced nothing like something like this, like 4,000 people screaming with tricolor. So just tell us the mindset of a player.
I think any player, when they're on court, they want you know, that support. Any added support is beneficial, and to have a full stadium, and that too in the home ground, and to feel that love and passion from the fans and aspiring tennis players and the youth of the nation, I mean, how could they not feel proud of themselves, right? Like they should be on cloud nine, I feel, and they gave us the best performance. They gave the Indian crowd what they came out to seek, which is aspiration, inspiration, motivation, and a great level of tennis.
How did you expect the kind of crowd? Of course, Delhi crowd is very vocal, very boisterous. The dhols are there and the celebrations there. Did you expect the kind of noise that you experienced something like this?
So I'll be honest. I mean, when we started organizing the event, we did not envisage this level of excitement and this level of crowd, because Davis Cup has happened before, tennis events have happened before, but I think this time crowds have shown up in huge numbers. And you know, in fact, there were people outside who were trying to get in, and unfortunately we could not manage the number of people who were there in this stadium. So it's been a fantastic turnout, and we are overwhelmed with the response, and just shows that when that tennis in India is a very popular sport, and playing for the nation. And I think when Indian team is playing, our crowds want to see Indian tennis, and they want to see our Indian players, and that's what I saw. And it was just amazing to see the number of people who came to witness the match.
Yes.
And since we were covered live on couple of channels, Sony TV and DD, I'm sure many fans were watching it live on television as well.
Rohit, now let's go straight into the match. Day one. The preparations were there, the planning was there. When you walked in with your team, what is the kind of message that you gave before the first match to Ram Kumar?
So, you know, we've been, like I said, we've been preparing quite a bit for this. You know, we practiced the day before here. The entire team got to practice on the center court. It's a part of the rule, and so did the Denmark team. And so we wanted to see how the court was playing, and luckily, you know, we put in a lot of work for the court to have a, you know, service to play a low bounce, and you know, the slices should move. So as a result, you saw a lot of slices.
Absolutely.
So we had put a strategy together, but it was important that, you know, due to weather, or it rained unexpectedly in between, there was a hailstorm in between. So, you know, we were a little worried how the court is going to behave with all this, but you know, it behaved very well, and sort of played out to our expectations, which was great. The whole purpose and strategy of playing on grass was, it was important that it would play to our expectations.
First match, Ram Kumar comes in and boom, the nice deep serves, and he gets it right. You were absolutely overjoyed. Just take us through the first match and his entire progress in that.
So Ram, you know, is a player that you know, I've seen over the past that if he's serving well,
yes,
he plays well.
Right.
So it was very important that he got a high percentage of first serves in.
Right.
And that's what we discussed, that even if you need to take a little bit of pace off it, do that, but make sure that you get a high percentage in, because the grass is going to help you. As you know, when we play on grass, there's a lot of skid that happens.
Yes.
So I said, so you don't need to put in that much effort. Make sure, and then we spoke about some technique and what you need to do in the match so that there's no fatigue with your upper body. And so I think all of that fell in place. I kept reminding him through the match, and you saw that there was a very high percentage of first serves. As a result, he got more and more confident, and to make things worse for the Danish team, the other guy was very tight.
Yes.
When he came in, and we got a good start, and then we took it from there.
Match 2, Delhi boy Yuki Bhamri makes a return after the injury after 2.5 years, which is not a great sign for a player to come back. He negotiates all his friends. We had emotional Prerna Bhamri with us talking about the process and the entire thing. Your take, you gave the boy the chance and he just rose up to it. Your fan.
So, I've been sort of in discussions with Yuki. I wanted him back in the team. So we've been working, we had him work with Dr. Das in Delhi, who's are also one of our physios and the doctors of the team. And concentrating on getting him out of the niggles, after his knee surgery. And then we planned out a schedule for him to play these tournaments so that when he comes in here, he's match sharp as well.
Right.
As the weeks went past, he started to get better and better and better. And then we, obviously with the matches, we were a little worried about whether he'll hold up for 3 sets. And then the next day come back also, because now it's not 3 days, it's 2 days.
Yes.
And come back and recover and play the next match also well. So as the weeks went past, I mean, he the week before coming here, he beat the singles winner of Tata Open.
Yes.
So that was a great win in Dubai he had. I was starting to get very confident that he'll do a wonderful job. And he also sort of spoke to me before. I took all my players in confidence about grass, playing on grass. And he said that I love playing on grass. And then we discussed, of course, the strategy on how to keep the bounce. And from there on, frankly, I got him back, and I think he did a wonderful job yesterday. He was sharp. The other guy served some huge bombs actually at him, but the ball went back twice as hard, and he timed it well. And so extremely happy with the way he's playing and the way he's come back.
Did your and Zishan's gamble paid off well? Would you consider that to happen?
Certainly. I mean, you have to take gambles as you're playing. But you don't take a blind gamble. Obviously, you're watching the guy play over the over a few weeks, and you're watching them play on this thing. We played a few sets with each other here. So yeah, it was a calculated gamble. But Prajnesh, for that matter, is equally good. I mean, he can hit the ball. He's got a big game. So it's great for a captain to have 3 guys, options to be able to pull in when you need. And I would have used him maybe on the second day if I had to, but yeah, I mean, so far the strategy worked out well.
Absolutely, it worked out well. When you win 4-0, absolutely the strategy wins. Karina, you've negotiated injury. You've been former India #1 in the junior circuit. You've had bad injuries. How does a player negotiate and makes a comeback after that huge injury?
When you're injured, I think it's important to be on track with what your goal is. And, like I mentioned earlier, like every day, just motivate yourself. There's days that you don't want to get up and you just want to give up. You feel like you can't get over this injury. But to push yourself every day and have that mental strength and belief that, I can overcome this, and just to give it your best every day. And then half the battle is won in your head. And once that is done, rest, you got to put in the hard work. And both these things combined can help you get over a recovery to the best of your capabilities.
Aditya, coming back to you, Rohit made a very important point that now it has been condensed to 2 days, the Davis Cup thing. So the backroom boys are very much important. We spoke to the physio Anand a few hours ago, and he says he puts in a great hard work. Do you think they are acknowledged as much as they get the kind of limelight that they deserve? The backroom boys who make the players up and running the next day as well?
Unfortunately, I don't think they are acknowledged as much because, I've been seeing Yuki's recovery as well. We work out in the same gym, so I've been seeing how much his backroom people have been working, and I don't think any recognition is sort of given to them. but Rohit did mention a couple of names. But apart from that, I don't think any recognition. And you can't even imagine the backroom work which is going on the top legends as well, whether Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, and Andy Murray. Who's just come back from injury. So I mean, the reason at this age even. Nadal can actually come back and win a Grand Slam and not at the age of 35, 36 is because of the people who are behind him.
Right.
Not just his coach, but all the medical staff who's working with him to actually prolong his career. And I don't think that is recognized to any degree. And that is what we also, I think, need to build on towards our Indian players to provide the same sort of support so that their careers are prolonged as well. And if any injury happens at an early age, the right guidance and the right doctors are available to them to prolong their career and to treat their career as well. And I would agree with Karina as well that a lot of it is mental as well. If you look at Andy Murray, he's so mentally tough that he's actually, from being a Grand Slam champion to actually coming and losing first rounds and yet have the passion to come back and play just shows that he's so mentally strong that it doesn't matter to him. What matters to him is to get back on the court, compete because he loves the sport. And that is what is required, and that is what our Indian players have, and that is what is needed for any injury recovery to happen. And obviously much more recognition is needed as well. In fact, we are in talks of setting up a medical rehab center at DLT as well right now for our Indian players, so that every Indian player who's going through any injury or any problem can come to the medical center at our center and get treated immediately, and that needs to be recognized for sure.
Well, we'll take a short commercial break, and after the break, we'll have Charu Sharma talk about his experiences of officiating at this place and taking it to the next level. Keep watching NewsX. We'll be back after this break. Who gets him? Yeah. Yeah. Vivek. Is Vivek? Vivek कहाँ है? Where's Vivek? Vivek, Shocky.
So you stopped playing, is it?
पूरा तो नहीं हुआ ना?
After college.
अच्छा फिर रहने दो. We are not taking Vivek right now. सुप्रिया का आया था फोन आपको आप हाँ ठीक है नहीं है नहीं रहने दो
You have a disc problem or a muscular?
Disc, SI and L4 and
ठीक है.
SI joint. And then in college they gave me a
चारू शर्मा का कितनी देर का इंटरव्यू
made
है?
it even worse.
4 मिनट का इंटरव्यू.
Yeah. And then I played and then though it was gone.
Smooth.
But now I start playing, I mean, play recreationally.
Answers भी वैसे ही है ना?
Physiotherapy, but intense, like a lot of volleys and like quick movements I'm not allowed to do.
Champion आदमी है यार. He's too good.
But now, do you, like, is
I
it
play
recovered
all
now?
right.
Is
I
it better?
built up my back and work with physios and with gym. So muscles still holding up. I don't know how
बहुत
long.
इमोशनल है.
So far I do.
No, I've learned like muscle strength is as
fact,
important
Rohit's-
as your
in fact-
organs.
Yeah.
Is
In
what
fact,
the
Rohit
doctors
also
have
suffered
said.
only an injury.
Like
That's
you
why
can overcome
No,
any
Rohit, sir?
disease if your
Absolutely.
muscle
That's what we're
strength
talking
is
about.
strong.
Back injuries.
That is because of his injury only he had to overtraining. Overtraining ही था और क्या था?
I'm a good example of what not to do.
Yeah.
You work too hard, yeah. Too hard.
That's true.
उस टाइम वो passion and जोश में हो जाता है ना. फिर how do you control?
I had a problem stopping everything.
मामा जी का है?
हेनमैन और को हराया नहीं था आपने जब हेनमैन आया था यहाँ पे?
I lost him in a third
Media
set
तो है ही
tiebreaker.
When Tim Henman was at peak, Rohit played 3 sets with him. Tim Henman.
बिल्कुल आ रहा है यार. बिल्कुल आ रहा है.
6 or something in third I lost. Bombay.
नेक्स्ट क्या है? नेक्स्ट क्या है? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन किस पे आएंगे?
कोई नहीं.
डबल्स मैच हाँ. पहले तो एंड करेंगे रोहित सर से अबाउट द सेकंड वो हाउ इट वेंट. यू वर हैप्पी बट यू स्टिल हैड द गाइज ऑन योर हुक. द गार्ड्स बर्न डाउन. कि मतलब आपने इजी नहीं लिया पहले दिन के बाद 2-0 के बाद. हाँ चंद्राक है. चंद्राक रेगे बुला रहा है रेगे. हाँ सो पहले दिन का बताएंगे 2-0 यू वर हैप्पी बट योर गार्ड्स बर्न डाउन. बस तो आपने कैसे डील किया वो वाला भी पूछूंगा. जितना एनिमेटेड थे आप सेकेंड डे का. These guys were waiting for this particular shot. कहते हैं ये जो शॉट है ना किसी चैनल पे कहीं नहीं है. They all waited कि बस आधा घंटा एंड वी रिक्वेस्टेड कार्तिक टू आई मीन से नीचे कि आधा घंटा नहीं 1 घंटा दो, कहते करो लाइव करो अगर अच्छे से कर सकते।
उनको ओम पाठक जी भी बैठे, मैं बुलाना तो बुला लो।
अरे यार आ जाएं तो नथिंग लाइक इट। ओम पाठक जी
मैं बुलाऊं? अर्जुन अर्जुन अर्जुन
उनको बुला लो।
हाँ
उनको बुला लो, उनको बुला लो। That will be nice.
ऑफ है ना कैमरा?
हाँ कुछ नहीं। लास्ट 2 मिनट्स। भारत माता की, मोदी जी जिंदाबाद। सारे हाथ उठेंगे मोदी जी के नाम से। आपको ये बता रहा हूँ, आप ठीक हो? यार ऐसी हवा और ऐसा एम्बियंस हो तो यार यहीं पे ऐसा ऑफिस लगा लो, 16 घंटे काम करेंगे। ये ना एडी सर जैसा जिम जाएंगे, फिर आके बैठ के काम करने लग जाएंगे, फिर थोड़ा सा 2 पैक्स निकालेंगे यहाँ से। मैं तो अपना फोटो में निकालता हूँ आजकल बना के, 4 पैक्स हो गए मेरे फोटो के अंदर। वैसे तो होने नहीं है, तो वैसे ही बना लो,
वो ज़्यादा बेटर है।
हाउ इज इट? क्या क्या? हाँ नहीं, हम लोग रिप्लेस करेंगे अगर वो। हाँ हाँ हाँ
बैठे
ओके। So Vivek, if he's coming, he can replace Kareena, and then Pathak ji is coming, then in quota. तो आने दो ना इसको, विवेक को, और कोई है नहीं, ब्रेक नहीं है और करने दे माना जाए, नहीं तो ज़्यादा वो लगेगा। आने दो, आ गया विवेक, या करीना, you want to replace him? I'll do it and then you come back. So एक वो वाला perspective. हाँ विवेक,
Good evening, sir.
we are joined by Davis Cup, former Davis Cup player.
Going live on this.
कौन सा स्क्वाड था आपका? बैठो
Where the matches. तो if you don't mind sir, आ जाएं।
कौन सा ईयर में डेविस कप?
2007. Right away sir. एकदम मतलब चालू ही है।
2007 as a teenager in Uzbekistan.
हाँ जी सर, 2 मिनट प्लीज आ जाइए।
मैं आपको इनके बाद लूँगा। हाँ तब आप तक वो ले लो। यार एक पानी की बोतल देना सर को।
आ रहे।
अजय, हाँ।
Thank you.
15 seconds सर।
15 seconds.
चेक कर लो एक बार। Nine. Hello, you're watching the special presentation on Davis Cup, the match that India won and triumphed, and we have 3 of the illustrious names that you can get in Indian tennis. The skipper, Mr. Rohit Rajpal, you have Aditya Khanna, the tournament director, and we are joined by Vivek Shaukin, a teenager who played for India in 2007 against Uzbekistan. We'll come back to the day one. Our conversation started on how India started at that point of time. India won the first game, then Yuki came with a large heart, he won that game. What happened after the game? Did you let your guards go down? Did you let the players celebrate, or did you just keep an eye like a strict warden?
So I think I hate to say it, but yeah, I was a strict warden because because there are many times, you know, Davis Cup is famous for when you let your guards down.
Right.
The momentum shifts.
Right.
And I mean, you know, couple of years ago, I remember when Mahesh was the captain, India was down love to the first day.
Right.
And I think the other side against China.
Yes.
And the other side, I think, let the guard down a
Yes.
little bit. And India won 3 games in a row after that. The momentum shifted. And the next day, India won 3 matches, and we beat them 3-2. So similarly, you know, that, you know, it's human that, you know, when you're too love up to let your guards down and relax. So, and then comes the job of the captain and the coach to make sure that the boys are focused. They don't lose their focus. It's not over till it's over, and that's what I kept telling them.
So the party didn't happen yesterday. You were waiting it for tonight.
Absolutely, there's no partying before the match. The tie is on. How can you even think of partying? You know, when you get finished, and that's where the finishing touch is important. That you finish it actually, and then you celebrate. There's no problem.
Right, absolutely. We had no problems. The entire momentum to keep it up. The coach was on a strict guard. The captain of the team was on a vigil. But certainly the team came out in the right direction. I'm going to ask you about your experience as a 19-year-old when you made the cut in the Indian team. What was the experience like when you play for India, outside India, and you are fighting the surface, the atmosphere, and also your demons in your head? How do you negotiate that?
Right. I mean, firstly, it was like an honor to play for the country, right?
Yes.
I mean, till 2 weeks before the tie, I wasn't sure that I was going. And when I was selected as a 19-year-old, it was like an amazing thing and very unexpected for me, my family, and my coach and everybody. And once I went there, it was really hard being on clay, indoor clay against Uzbekistan with Denis Istomin and company.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a tough fight. I mean, I lost the match, but this is a feeling that'll stay with me forever. The odds were against us. We were against a really strong team. But looking back, it's one of my finest ever tennis moments, and I would give whatever to be.
Forget the consequence
Right.
and the outcome of it. Does it make you grow from a boyhood to a manhood instantly after that match?
Oh, definitely, definitely. You start looking at things differently. You start
Right.
looking at yourself differently, the sport differently, and what is expected out of you and what you want to do. I mean, everything changes, right? I mean, you are a different person because you've now represented your country in something. And it was a big turning point in my life, and I'm thankful. I'm thankful to the country and thankful to everybody who helped me be there for life. I'm
Absolutely.
grateful. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, those are the memories that stays with not only the person but also the historian, and it becomes a part of a folklore and legacy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I think of my tennis now, the number one memory would be this, along with maybe playing Wimbledon. So,
Right.
I mean, I played tennis for most of my life, but the two memories that are with me are those
Davis
two,
Cup.
but maybe Davis Cup number one. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, playing for the country.
Absolutely. We
Yes.
shift our focus back to the captain. Captain Saab, in the morning, we saw a different Rohit. Usually I mean, we are used to seeing Rohit Rajpal, the calm, a very quiet Rohit, but today it wasn't the case. You came out charging and you were absolutely egging your player, especially Ram Kumar. Just take us through what happened and what triggered you off, or was it like a mock charge?
So I was charged up. I wanted to see the boys cross the finish line. So I was charged up. I've charged them up. You know, it's important that the team and the guys, especially on court, are energized. And then you form a good synergy to be able to bring it on court. And so I told everybody, the supporting staff, that really keep the momentum going, with cheering these guys on point after point, so that we finish it, and we don't let up. And then when we went into the fourth singles, I did feel that Ram was a little relaxed in the first set.
Yes.
And that's exactly what I didn't want.
So you shook him up.
Yeah. So it was important to tell him that we're not. This is not a fun game.
Yes.
The country is there. There's so many people expecting you to win. So pull up your socks and get it together.
Just on a lighter note, did you see that part of Rohit earlier as well? You've seen him play and you've grown up with him. So what is your memory of him like this?
So, I mean, first of all, I have many memories of him. First of all, I have memories of him playing Davis Cup when I was a youngster, watching him and idolizing him actually. And, and seeing him as captain, I see him as a very cool, composed guy. And
Yes.
but today when I saw him in the doubles match, I was sitting outside and I was getting stressed seeing him. I was like, man, we need to pull this doubles match on. And Rohit was really egging Divij and Rohan. And when we were 3 match points down, or 2 match points down at 15-40, it did look a stressful situation at that point of time. And
That was
me
a
as an
different
audience,
reinvented.
me as an audience was losing hope. I was like, man, this is going to the number 4 match, and now Ram is supposed to be the next single. And what if we lose that? Then it's going to be 2-all, and then Yuki will have all the pressure. What is going to happen? All these thoughts were running in my head at 5-6 because I knew it's going to be a very pressure serve when Divij is serving at 6-5 down and he has to hold. So to get that hold of Divij
Right.
and getting that 3 break points. gave that confidence that yes, I mean, then the momentum came through and suddenly the confidence came through and they pulled the tiebreakers through. I think 7-4, 7-5, and just the last few volleys and what Rohan was saying, that his two double-handed volley in the end just
Yes.
got through and that made it, and India won 3-0, and then Rohit pulled up socks of Ram Kumar and made sure it was 4-0.
Just a quick question from a fan. Did you converse with him in Hindi, English or Punjabi? That's a fan question.
With who?
With Ram Kumar.
Ram, we have a joke. I mean, if I have to get angry, I obviously get angry in Hindi with him.
Yeah.
but I converse in English with him, and he's a the important thing is Ram is actually a very nice person.
Yes.
And it's very important to charge him up for a match, because I think that's his personality trait, that basically a nice guy, and he's he doesn't want to be mean or this thing to the other person.
At one stage, we actually saw him appreciating or clapping for the other guy. Did that rile you up?
Yeah, I mean, I said, do that, I mean, it's one thing to appreciate, but not when you're in the match. Even though our seniors, Vijay would always do that.
Yeah.
That's okay. Once in a while to appreciate somebody's shot, if somebody's hit a great shot, is fine. It's sportsman spirit, and I'm not against it.
Right.
But overall, when I saw him that, he was having a hard time charging himself up.
All right.
In one place. On the other side, I saw the other guy get very confident. He was getting more and more into the match, more confident, coming up with great shots. It's not that Ram was playing badly.
Right.
Ram was playing well, but the other guy was playing exceptionally well. He had no
Right.
pressure. He was, love 3 down.
Right.
Put in as a substitute for somebody.
Right.
So there's no pressure. He was teeing off and everything. The pressure was on Ram to try and, there was expectations here from him.
Right.
So for that, I think I charged him up more in the second set. When he lost the first set,
Yes.
I think it shocked him a little bit himself. He was a little shocked himself. He
And
didn't
you were
expect to lose
upset. He was shocked, you were upset, and the entire full crowd was dismayed.
Yes, yes. And so then we fired him up, we fired him up, and he told me, he said, now I'm going to show him. I said, good, better late than ever.
So, there we are. So that is the secret that has come out, that he was actually appreciating the opponent, and that got the coach and the skipper really riled up. Again, we're going to be joined by our administrator of the Delhi Gymkhana Club soon, and we're going to talk about this fantastic venue that has come in. And we'll go in for a short commercial break, and we'll be back with an esteemed guest and an elite panel on the Indian news channel News X.
Indian Lawns welcomes the biggest tennis class.
We have to get him long. Sir, you have given India a fantastic venue.
Thank you.
A memory and an historic venue.
Thank you.
Supriya? हमको focus यहाँ रखना है. Aditya is coming exactly after the low break. हाँ. हाँ जी sir. Absolutely sir. This is. Wow. Yeah. Yes, can you hear me? Welcome, you're watching a special presentation on Davis Cup Special, the India-Denmark match. But more importantly, we are joined by the administrator of the Delhi Gymkhana Club, Mr. Om Pathak. Mr. Pathak, thank you very much for giving Delhi, India, a historic venue back for the fans. This has been a magnificent 3,800 people watching and cheering for the past 2 days every day. Sir, did you expect it to be, envisage it to be as huge as what we saw today, sir?
Indeed, it was done to a plan.
Right.
And we were very clear as to what we want to do and how. And what are the resources we need. So all of that strategic planning was put in place before we put the first acts on the ground. So therefore we were very clear, we knew what we were heading for. And then we fortunately had the experience of ITA and our very eminent tournament director, Aditya, and a very capable player and also the president of DLTA,
right,
Mr. Rohit Rajpal. So we took advantage of that collective experience and put it together to play.
So the fans want to know exactly the planning process that usually they don't see. They see the final product. Will you take us through the entire process that took place starting from the day you decided that it's going to be there and this is how it's going to look like? So what were the process? What were the challenges that you overcame? Because there were many challenges that we faced. So would you like to just throw some light to our fans?
You know, a lot of things happen simultaneously and concurrently also. Now what happens concurrently is you first line up resources.
Right.
So you should know what is my budget like.
Right.
At least you have the broad contours of a budget in place.
Right.
And then the next thing that we sorted out and figured out together with everyone was the exact venue of the game.
Yes.
This court had to be selected as a center court and everything had to be built around that.
Yes.
So there again, everyone pitched in and a final selection was done. Multiple agencies who otherwise are not traditionally connected with tennis. For example, the Delhi Golf Club, who are experts in grass. So their president, Mr. Manjeet Singh, volunteered and spent several hours and several days coming and looking at grass.
Yes.
As to what needs to be done. So we decided on the venue, we decided on the resources, then we had to decide on getting the stands in place. What kind of stands? There were several issues around what is the kind of a view that people will get. The whole idea was to create a lasting experience, a lasting, pleasant experience for the viewers. And everyone would agree that viewers are as important to the game as the player is, as important as the resources are, as important as the venues are.
Absolutely.
So without viewers, there will be no game.
Right.
So we need the patrons. So we needed to make sure that the patrons of the game were equally comfortable with the kind of an experience, overall experience that we were about to provide. So we had to define what is that experience.
Very interesting, sir. We're looking at the fan tweets throughout and we've been monitoring it. One of the fan tweets says that it looked like Wimbledon. You've played in Wimbledon. You know what it looks like. Take us through the experience and the difference between the two, because for fans who's watching us from the outside, for them this is nothing short of Wimbledon. Just your opinion on it.
So I think, Wimbledon, like I said, is also about not just tennis, but the entire experience of Wimbledon. You know, when you go there, the strawberries and cream are famous.
Yes.
Pims is famous. So it's an outing, it's a picnic, and at the same time, the tennis is part of that, and it's entertainment for everybody that comes in. I mean,
Yes.
you know, Wimbledon, sometimes you have Henman Hill where people are camping for maybe 10 days, 15 days, or 2-3 weeks before. Because they don't have tickets.
Right.
And people who are leaving, let's say they leave, let's say if I have to leave early and I have a ticket in hand, which I'm going to throw away or not use, I normally give it to those people which are waiting in camps. Can you believe
Yes.
it? They put
Yes.
camps in tents and they and they do that. So that's the kind of following and the passion,
And the legacy that
and
it
the
has.
legacy that Wimbledon has. So doing this as compared to that obviously was a big challenge. But I must compliment Mr. Om Pathak that it was actually, to be very honest, it was his vision that let's take it to
Yes.
another level altogether. It's Wimbledon, doesn't matter. We're going to do our best and see where we reach. And I must say that with his vision and the team that we put together, all of them, like I said earlier, they're the heroes behind the heroes. Along, they executed his vision. So these stands, I think he went to various government meetings
Yes.
and put together. I mean, at that time also, I don't know what he was talking about, whether this thing, but once it started to all come through, everybody wanted to hang around the center court. Even today, people were saying it. Wow, what arrangements! I had friends come here and say that wow, it just felt better than Wimbledon.
It's absolutely fantastic. Sir, how does it feel to be known as hero behind heroes? Because you managed to put together something in such a short span, and that too on a natural grass. It's putting all the stuff together, and mind you, we are also talking about the members and the clubs without disturbing the entire thing. So how do you feel when somebody and the fans call you hero behind heroes?
Well, that's not a correct statement. I'm not a hero. You don't see the heroes here. The heroes were the ball boys. The heroes were the groundsmen. The heroes were the ones who put the stands up together.
Right, sir.
The heroes were the people who were managing security. The heroes were the ones who were providing food. They are the real heroes. Could anyone ever could anyone put up a show like this without any of those people? So the true heroes are those.
Right.
I am not a hero. And let me tell you, a lot of people have sort of complimented. I mean, they say dastur ke naate ke sab kamal kar diya. So I tell them कि ये तो होना ही था. So that was destined, ordained. This had to happen. It was just a matter that I was around. That was purely coincidental. I'm telling you, that's how I really feel about it. This would have happened anyway. Even if I wasn't there, this would still have happened. And so therefore my bonus is that I was around when it happened.
Well, those are modest words. Aditya, we look at the grass and the way the ball would skid on it. Were you confident that it would have helped the Indian players? The grass, was it cut to the perfection, or the moisture played a part in it?
I'll get on to that, but sir, first of all, thank you for your humility for saying that. I beg to differ on that front. So it was your vision which really helped the whole team come together from AIT and DLT, and your support. Without that, this event could not have happened. And this is not a coincidence, sir. This is your vision which has actually come true. So full kudos to you for actually helping us get to a collective vision together to pull such a beautiful event off.
I agree with Adi.
Absolutely. And so when I was watching the match, I saw Ram probably slice 90% of the balls and not hit a double-handed backhand. And obviously, the reason for that is because I think the team, that's because, I mean, me being a tennis player as well, obviously was trying to see what sort of strategy these guys are playing with. And I saw Ram, who's got a beautiful double-handed backhand, was slicing every 90% of the balls. And I was wondering why he's doing that. Obviously, it was a strategy behind that, because this ball has to skid, the ball has to keep low. And that's what the Indian team strategy was, to keep the ball low from the Danish players, because they're used to a ball coming to a certain height to the waist level, and that's where they're very, very comfortable at. As the ball skids and gets lower for them and comes at a faster pace, they have trouble. And that is what I feel the strategy of the Indian team was, and that is what I feel Ram and Yuki in the singles capitalized very, very well by slicing the ball and coming to the net at the first given opportunity. If you would agree with me or disagree, was that the strategy behind? Because that's what I, as an audience or as a tennis player, I could see and I have not discussed this with Rohit, or I have no knowledge of this. So that's what I saw, and that was the advantage the Indian team was taking of the grass court and of the skiddiness and the ball keeping low and coming to the net. And I saw Ram doing a lot of serve and volley, which is now become very little in world tennis. And that was great to see that Ram was serving and volleying beautifully. And I think just shows that what level of skill India had to win the tie 4-0. What about you, Rohit? Would you agree with me on that strategy part from an audience perspective?
Absolutely. I mean, the whole purpose of doing it on grass, because we felt that when we were playing here, that when you were rolling the balls were sitting up. But when you went under it, the balls moved quite well on the court. So that's why in the hour that we played yesterday, in 1 hour we felt the court out totally. There were all of us on the court just trying to see how the ball's going to move. And we read that, and then we explained it to the players, and we strategized that it's better to go under the ball much more and take the pace off, let the other guy generate the pace, and let the ball skid, because all these guys have super western grips. It'll be very difficult for them to lift up and come up over the ball. So it was a deliberate plan to be able to take the pace off, let them generate the pace, keep the ball low, and that, I think, over a period of time paid off.
You're the skipper. You know exactly where the team is moving from the first playoff. One question, if India gets, there is a 50-50 chance that India would be awarded the next tie in September. Is this the famous favorite hunting ground for the Indian team? If it happens, fait accompli?
Absolutely. I mean, for the team, for us, it's I must say this is a beautiful venue, and it's been a lucky venue for us. It was my first home tie as a captain.
Right.
So who would want to leave the winning court and the winning team behind? So certainly, I mean, this would be one of them. Of course, when there is Davis Cup in India, every state fights for it.
Yes.
Because they want to bring it to their own state,
right,
and show it to their own people. But yeah, we'll give it a go, and we'll fight again to see if we can stay in Delhi.
We have to keep it here. After winning 4-0, I think that's a given now.
It's a foregone conclusion that they said. So it's a kind of a breaking news for the first time. The skipper and the tournament director is saying that Delhi Gymkhana Club is actually the favorite hunting ground, yes, and is proving out to be lucky for India. If India has to win, they play here if they're playing anywhere else. Coming back to the fantastic setting here, Rohit, do you think it is at par with any of the other stadiums in the world, the way it has been come out and the way it has been put together on grass court?
Certainly, like I said, even the chief referee, I said earlier that he said he's been to 26 different countries, and this one really is very special for him, and he's not seen, something just built like this on the ground, before, in this kind of quality and the kind of setting that had. And also, I mean, to compliment everybody else, he was full of praise for the food, the hospitality, everything put together. He said this has been one of his best tours so far, and yeah, so compliments to the entire team.
Sir, you've been an administrator all your life. You've created a whole lot of infrastructure. You've run school as an educationist. So what is the recipe? Because this is like a nice showcase for building a nice stadium in record time. Mind you, 2 weeks ago there was nothing. So in 2 weeks we've managed to create something out of impossible. So what is the new success mantra to create an international tournament as gigantic, as huge as this, according to your learning, sir?
The recipe is simple.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that we experienced in this wonderful collaboration was the absence of egos. Amongst ITA, Gymkhana, DLTA, individuals, nobody had an ego to play on, nothing. We listened to each other carefully.
Right.
We tried to sift merit from the absence of it.
Right.
And whatever was meritorious was done. It didn't matter as to who it came from. And I must tell you that a very interesting little incident that happened here. If you ask me, did I have an anxious moment?
Yes.
And I'll say yes, once. And that was probably on the night of 25th or 26th.
Yes, it was around that time, yes.
Yeah, around that time, and when we came here for the ground inspection, and suddenly some of us felt that the screen size was far too high. For the south end, which was otherwise supposed to be the VIP end.
Right.
And the north end, which was also supposed to be a very premium end. In fact, all ends are very premium here.
Right.
So we suddenly found that with an 8-inch screen,
Yes.
you know, you had to go up to that 17th or 18th row
Yes.
to be able to get a glimpse of the
Yes.
ground. So therefore, everyone was disappointed because at least the south end, these stands would have to go. And then we decided that these stands will have to be replaced by something that will not be in sync with the rest of the ambience.
Right.
I was very disappointed. But then it was a collective decision. We said, all right, dismantle these stands and put in something else. And then late in the night came my savior. As the dismantling started, Aditya Khanna, the tournament director, he didn't take it easy.
Right.
So he went home and he researched that do we necessarily have to have 8 feet high screen? And then he spoke to somebody and he exchanged mails. And then he said, look, it can be lower than 8 feet. Now it came to me as a big relief. But I said not until Mr. Anil Khanna approves it.
Right.
Because he is tennis.
Yes.
So I requested him to speak to his father, Mr. Anil Khanna. And he said he's spoken to him and he says, it's okay. Then Rohit was brought in.
Yes.
So Rohit also looked around, checked everything, and he said, all right, we'll go by 5 feet. Then we brought it down to 4 feet. As a result, the stands were not removed. So that was a most anxious moment.
Yes.
Something that I had imagined, something that I had dreamt, and suddenly I saw the dream going away. But then, thank you, Aditya.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohit. You brought it back.
Incidentally, what
That
Mr.
was the
Rom-
only anxious moment I had.
What Mr. Rom Pathak is referring is actually saving those 400 seats for the fans so that the fans could come in larger numbers and there was no extra effort to be put in to replace that. So, last final words. Did you disagree with one of the 3 panelists or anyone during the run-up to it?
No, really, we were, day one. I was the minute I met Omji, he was very clear that let's dream big, and even our president,
Right.
Dr. Anil Jain, we had Mr. Anil Khanna's approval as well. Let's try and take it to another level, and hence Aditya was brought in, and so yeah, I mean, all of us, luckily, the minute our energies matched, our vision matched, and of course. Om Pathakji's vision was far, to take it to another level. What you see, I think, was his dream.
Yes.
And he, along with Dr. Anil Jain and Anil Khanna ji, and all of us, then we worked hard towards executing this dream. And we're really proud that we've really sort of put this together. And I think it's a benchmark for many other sports to follow. And hopefully we'll do it again.
Absolutely. It's become a template for a successful organization of big international sporting events. Don't go anywhere. We are joined live by Divij Sharan, who's going to talk about his entire effort and the entire emotions running up to this match. Keep watching NewsX.
Flash of